Hello, and welcome to Mythos and Logos. Picture a column of men descending a mountain path in the grey light before dawn. They wear the robes of Buddhist monks, saffron and black, heads shaved in devotion to enlightenment. But these men carry naginata, long curved blades mounted on wooden shafts taller than a man. Their shoulders bear the weight of sacred palanquins, portable shrines housing the spirits of Shinto deities. They number in the thousands. They are marching toward the imperial capital, and everyone in Kyoto is terrified. For over 600 years, these warrior monks, the Sohei, wielded power that made emperors weep and nobles flee. They burned rival temples. They held the imperial court hostage with sacred objects. They accumulated wealth that rivaled kingdoms. And they did it all while claiming to serve the Buddha, whose first precept commands, "Do not kill." Tonight, we will journey into one of history's most fascinating contradictions, a world where prayer and violence intertwined, where the pursuit of enlightenment coexisted with the mastery of warfare, where men who renounced the world came to dominate it. We will discover how this paradox emerged, how it flourished, and what it reveals about the nature of power, faith, and human nature itself. May I ask for your help? Liking and subscribing takes just a moment, but makes a huge difference for the channel. I'm grateful for your consideration. I'm also always amazed by our international reach, so I'd appreciate hearing where you're joining from and your local time. The clock unwinds slowly, drawing us ever backward toward medieval Japan, to the sacred mountains where Buddhism and violence forged an alliance that would shake a nation. Imagine the mist clinging to ancient cryptomeria trees, the sound of temple bells echoing across valleys, the smell of incense mixing with the iron scent of sharpened steel. The portable shrine. The year is 1170 AD. Kyoto swelters in late summer heat. Inside the imperial palace, courtiers in elaborate silk robes conduct the refined business of government, debating poetry and promotions, settling disputes over land rights and water access. The emperor, a young man who inherited his throne through the complex machinations of the Fujiwara clan, sits elevated on his dais, removed from the common world, a living link between heaven and earth. Then the bells begin to ring, not the measured, contemplative bells of scheduled prayers. These ring in alarm, their bronze voices carrying panic across the city. Palace guards rush to the gates. Nobles abandon their meetings. Everyone knows what those bells mean. The mountain monks are coming. You would see them first as movement in the distance, a dark mass flowing down from the northeast, where Mount Hiei rises above the capital like a holy sentinel. As they draw closer, the sight becomes more distinct and more disturbing. Thousands of men in monks' robes, but their robes are kilted up for ease of movement. Their heads are shaved in the Buddhist manner, but their faces are hidden behind cloth wrappings. Some carry naginata, those elegant, deadly polearms with curved blades designed for sweeping cuts. Others hold torches, despite the daylight, and at the center of their formation, elevated on the shoulders of dozens of monks, ride the sacred mikoshi. These portable shrines are architectural marvels in miniature, perfect replicas of Shinto shrine buildings, their roofs gilded, their posts wrapped in silk rope, their interiors housing the shintai, the physical vessels of divine spirits. To bring these holy objects from their sanctuary on the mountain is an act of profound religious significance. To carry them toward the imperial palace is something else entirely. It is threat, it is blackmail, it is terrorism wrapped in sanctity. The monks know what they are doing. They know that no one in the capital can touch these shrines without committing sacrilege. They know that the spiritual pollution of attacking men carrying divine vessels would be unbearable to the court. They know that emperors and ministers, for all their political power, are ultimately prisoners of religious belief. And so the monks come, bearing gods as shields, making demands that cannot be refused without risking cosmic disorder. The palace gates remain closed, but that hardly matters. The monks do not need to enter. They simply stop in the plaza outside, plant the mikoshi on the ground, and wait. Sometimes they chant sutras. Sometimes they make speeches detailing their grievances. Sometimes they simply stand there, thousands strong, silent and patient, while inside the palace, the emperor's advisors argue frantically about how to resolve whatever crisis has brought the mountain monks down from their sanctuary. These forced marches would define an era. They would make Mount Hiei the third thing that emperors could not control after the fall of Dice and the flow of the Kamo River. They would transform Buddhist temples from centers of spiritual practice into political powers, capable of extorting concessions from the highest authorities in the land. And they would pose a question that no one could satisfactorily answer. How did monks become warriors? How did men devoted to compassion become masters of violence? How did Buddhism, which crossed the sea from China carrying messages of peace and enlightenment, spawn a military force that terrified a nation, the Buddha's teaching, and the warrior's way? To understand the paradox of the warrior monks, you must first understand what Buddhism actually teaches and what it meant to the people who brought it to Japan. When Buddhist sutras crossed from China to the Japanese archipelago in the 6th century AD, they carried a vision of reality fundamentally different from the native Shinto tradition. Shinto saw the world as inhabited by kami, spirits dwelling in mountains, rivers, trees, and rocks. Buddhism saw the world as illusion, a cycle of suffering caused by attachment and desire, a prison from which enlightenment offered the only escape. The Buddha's teaching seemed clear. The first of the 5 precepts, the most basic ethical guidelines for any Buddhist, stated simply, abstain from taking life. Not just human life, all life. The ideal Buddhist walked carefully to avoid stepping on insects. The committed practitioner avoided occupations that required killing, even for food. Monks especially, those who had renounced the householder's life to pursue enlightenment full-time, were expected to embody perfect non-violence. And yet, by the late 10th century AD, barely 400 years after Buddhism's arrival in Japan, temples maintained standing armies. Monks trained with weapons as rigorously as they studied scriptures. The sound of naginata, striking wooden practice posts, competed with the chanting of sutras. How did this transformation occur? The simple answer is that Buddhism, like all religious traditions, proved remarkably adaptable when worldly interests demanded it. The more complete answer requires understanding how Buddhism actually functioned in medieval Japan, not as abstract philosophy, but as a social institution embedded in political and economic reality. Japanese Buddhism did not arrive as a unified tradition, but as competing schools, each claiming to possess the most direct path to enlightenment. Tendai Buddhism, established on Mount Hiei, taught that all beings possess Buddha nature and can achieve enlightenment through a synthesis of meditation, ritual, and textual study. Shingon Buddhism emphasized esoteric practices, secret mantras and mandalas, accessible only to initiated practitioners. These schools did not merely disagree philosophically. They competed for converts, for imperial patronage, for land grants that would support their growing monastic populations. And as they competed, they developed justifications for actions that seemed incompatible with Buddhist ethics. The key concept was Mappo, the age of Dharma decline. Buddhist cosmology taught that the Buddha's teaching would gradually degrade over time, moving through 3 ages: the age of right Dharma, when enlightenment was readily achievable; the age of semblance Dharma, when practice continued, but enlightenment grew rare; and finally Mappo, the age of Dharma decline, when the Buddha's teaching would survive in name only, while true understanding vanished from the world. Japanese Buddhists calculated that Mappo would begin in 1052 AD. This date cast a shadow over everything. If the final age was approaching, if the Dharma itself was threatened, then perhaps extraordinary measures were justified. Perhaps protecting Buddhist institutions was itself an act of religious merit. Perhaps violence in defense of the teaching was not really violence at all, but a form of compassion, preventing greater harm by stopping those who would destroy the possibility of enlightenment for future generations. These were not casual rationalizations. Monks debated them seriously, searching scriptures for precedents, finding in certain Mahayana sutras the concept of upaya, skillful means, the idea that enlightened beings might employ methods that appeared unethical in service of higher spiritual goals. If the Buddha himself had broken conventional rules when necessary, if bodhisattvas could descend into hell to save suffering beings, then surely monks could take up weapons to preserve the Dharma in the final age. But beneath these philosophical justifications lay something more mundane and more powerful than eschatological anxiety. They lay in the simple, worldly reality that Buddhist temples had become immensely wealthy. And wealth always requires defending. Sacred mountains, worldly power. Imagine the landscape of Heian period Japan from the late 8th through the 12th centuries AD. The imperial capital sits in a basin surrounded by mountains, carefully positioned according to geomantic principles to channel beneficial cosmic forces. To the northeast rises Mount Hiei, a sacred peak over 2,800 feet high, its slopes covered in dense forest, its summit perpetually wreathed in mist. To the south, the ancient capital of Nara nestles in its own valley, home to temples even older than those on Mount Hiei. Scattered throughout the provinces, temple complexes dot the countryside, each claiming sacred ground, each accumulating property. These temples were not modest meditation halls. They were vast complexes, some containing hundreds of buildings, housing thousands of monks, maintaining elaborate hierarchies of abbots and administrators, treasurers, and scribes. Enryaku-ji, on Mount Hiei, sprawled across the entire mountain, comprising over 3,000 sub-temples at its height. Kofuku-ji, in Nara, controlled property throughout multiple provinces. Midera, separated from Enryaku-ji by ancient doctrinal disputes, commanded its own impressive territory. How did religious institutions accumulate such wealth? The answer lies in the Shun system, the network of private estates that dominated medieval Japanese economics. As central government authority weakened in the 9th and 10th centuries AD, powerful families and institutions sought ways to protect their land from taxation and government interference. The solution was to donate land to temples or aristocratic families who enjoyed tax-exempt status, then continue managing the land as administrators while avoiding the obligations of direct ownership. For temples, this created a magnificent revenue stream. A noble would donate an estate, sometimes retaining management rights, but the temple would own the land legally and collect a portion of its production. Rice flowed into temple granaries. The temples could not be taxed. They could not be dispossessed through ordinary legal channels, and as more nobles sought this arrangement, temple holdings grew exponentially. Consider the numbers, though they strain belief. By the 11th century AD, major temples controlled estates, producing tens of thousands of koku of rice annually. One koku, roughly 5 bushels, was considered enough rice to feed one person for 1 year. These institutions were collecting enough rice to feed small cities. They owned forests that provided timber, they owned rivers that provided fish and powered mills. They owned villages whose residents owed them labor and loyalty. With wealth came retainers. Temple lands needed managing. Disputes with neighbors required settling. And here is where the line between religious institution and feudal power began to blur. Temples employed lay administrators to oversee their estates. These administrators needed protection for their work. That protection required armed men. Initially, temples hired warriors for this purpose. Samurai from provincial clans who would enforce temple interests in exchange for payment or position. But hiring outside warriors created problems. Warriors loyal to their own families might pursue interests contrary to temple goals. They might be bribed by rival institutions. They might prove unreliable in moments of crisis. And they certainly could not be deployed in the sacred spaces of temple grounds without raising questions about propriety. The solution emerged gradually, almost inevitably. Temples began recruiting younger sons of provincial warrior families as monks. These were men already trained in combat, already familiar with weapons and tactics, but without inheritance prospects in the traditional warrior hierarchy. Monastic life offered them security, status, and purpose. In exchange, they brought military skills to institutions that desperately needed them. At the same time, temples began training their own existing monks in martial arts. The justification was practical. Temple complexes in mountainous areas faced dangers from bandits and wild animals. Monks needed to defend themselves during travel to distant estates. Learning staff fighting, the argument went, was a reasonable precaution, not a violation of Buddhist principles. From staff fighting to naginata training proved a short step. From defensive preparation to organized military force required only opportunity. An opportunity arrived in the form of disputes that could not be resolved through law or negotiation. Disputes where violence became the language of last resort, the first to bear arms. The transformation did not happen overnight. No single moment marks the birth of the warrior monks. Instead, a series of escalating conflicts in the late 10th and early 11th centuries AD gradually normalized something that would have seemed unthinkable to earlier generations. One of the earliest documented instances involved a dispute between Enryakuji and Gion Shrine in Kyoto. The details of the conflict hardly matter now. Some disagreement over jurisdiction or property rights, the kind of bureaucratic friction that usually resolved itself through court mediation. But in 990 AD, monks from Mount Hiei descended to Kyoto bearing weapons. They did not merely protest. They threatened violence. The court, shocked and uncertain how to respond, eventually ruled in Enryakuji's favour. The monks returned to their mountain victorious. More importantly, they returned having discovered that armed force could achieve what negotiation and legal procedure could not. The lesson was not lost on other temples or on Enryakuji itself. In 1038 AD, a more serious conflict erupted between Enryakuji and Kofukuji, the powerful temple complex in Nara. Both institutions claimed authority over certain provincial estates. Both appealed to the court for judgment. When the court delayed, unable or unwilling to rule against either powerful institution, Enryakuji took direct action. Monks, armed with naginata and clubs, attacked Kofukuji's representatives in Kyoto. Blood was spilled on the capital's streets. The court condemned the violence, of course. Decrees were issued, penalties were threatened, but ultimately, very little happened to punish the offenders. The reason was simple and terrible. Any real punishment would require attacking Mount Hiei itself, and no one in government believed they could successfully assault a mountain fortress, defended by thousands of men who had nothing to lose and everything to gain from resistance. The monks were effectively immune to prosecution. This immunity emboldened them. Throughout the 11th century AD, incidents multiplied. Temples deployed armed monks to protect their economic interests. They used military force to intimidate rivals. They marched on the capital with increasing frequency, each time growing bolder, their demands growing larger. The pattern became predictable. A dispute would arise, typically over land rights, water access, or some appointment the temple wished to influence. Temple authorities would petition the court. If the court's response proved unsatisfactory, the petition would be followed by warning of possible consequences. If the warning was ignored, the monks would assemble. Sometime later, thousands of armed men in Buddhist robes would appear outside the imperial palace, bearing those sacred mikoshi that made them untouchable. Inside the palace, the same drama would unfold. Ministers would debate. Some would advocate standing firm, arguing that yielding to armed intimidation only encouraged more of it. Others would point out that the alternative was violence against men carrying divine vessels, spiritual pollution that might anger the gods themselves, cosmic consequences that could manifest as earthquake, famine, or epidemic. Almost always, pragmatism won. The court would grant most of what the temples demanded. The monks would return to their mountains satisfied, and the precedent would strengthen for the next crisis. By the mid-11th century AD, this had become a recognized political tool. Forcing a march, it was called gosso. Temple authorities deployed it strategically, timing their demonstrations to exploit moments of government weakness, coordinating with sympathetic court factions, calibrating their demands to achieve maximum concessions, without pushing the government toward desperate resistance. But among all the temples that mastered this art of sacred intimidation, one institution stood supreme, so powerful that its very name inspired fear throughout the capital. On the mountain northeast of Kyoto, where morning mists never fully cleared, and ancient forests pressed close around temple halls, Enryaku-ji reigned as an empire unto itself. Enryaku-ji, the mountain that would not kneel. Mount Hiei rises directly from the plain where Kyoto sits, a dark green wall marking the northeastern boundary of the capital. In geomantic theory, the northeast direction, called Kimon, the Demon's Gate, represented the most vulnerable point in any settlement's defences. Malevolent forces entered from the northeast. Disease came from the northeast. Disaster originated in the northeast. Therefore, the northeast required spiritual protection, powerful religious institutions to guard against supernatural threats. Enryaku-ji was established in 788 AD by the monk Saiko, who travelled to China and returned with the teachings of Tendai Buddhism. He chose Mount Hiei specifically for its protective position, building the first small meditation halls on the summit. The imperial court, recognizing the strategic spiritual importance, granted generous patronage. Within decades, what began as a handful of buildings had grown into a sprawling complex. But growth alone does not explain Enryaku-ji's power. Many temples received imperial support, many grew large. What made Enryaku-ji exceptional was its unique combination of location, doctrine, and ruthless political acumen. The location provided natural defences. Mount Hiei was not a single peak but a mountain range. Its terrain steep and heavily forested, its paths known only to those who lived there. The main temple complex, the Eastern Pagoda area, sat high enough that any attacking force would exhaust itself in the climb before reaching the first buildings. The mountain had abundant water from natural springs. Its forests provided timber and shelter. It was, essentially, a fortress that no army of the period could successfully assault. The doctrine, Tendai Buddhism, taught that all Buddhist teachings could be synthesized into a single comprehensive system. This theological flexibility allowed Enryaku-ji to absorb elements from other Buddhist schools, from Shingon esotericism to Pure Land devotionalism, making it attractive to a wide range of believers. More practically, it allowed Enryaku-ji to train monks in diverse practices, creating a resident population with varied skills and knowledge. But the ruthless political acumen was what truly set Enryaku-ji apart. Temple administrators, many drawn from aristocratic families who placed younger sons in monastic service, understood court politics as well as any secular noble. They cultivated relationships with powerful court families. They provided religious services that created obligation. When abbots of Enryaku-ji were appointed, often they came from branches of the imperial family itself, creating direct blood ties between the temple and the throne. By the late 10th century AD, Enryaku-ji's power had reached a level that troubled even those who depended on it. The temple complex sprawled across the entire mountain, comprising, according to various accounts, between 3,000 and 7,000 sub-temples and residential halls. No one knew the exact number because the mountain was simply too large and too complex to survey completely. Estimates of the monastic population ranged from 10,000 to 30,000, though these numbers included not just ordained monks but lay servants, administrators, shrine priests for the Shinto sites, integrated into the complex, and the families of those who lived permanently on the mountain. Within this vast population, a specific group emerged as the military arm of Enryakuji's power. They were called Akuso, sometimes translated as evil monks, though the term carried less moral judgment than that translation suggests. These were the fighters, the men who trained with weapons, who could be mobilized for forced marches or armed conflicts. Some were ordained monks who had taken up military training. Others were essentially lay warriors, who lived on temple grounds and wore monastic robes without following monastic discipline. And welcome sis, the distinction between warrior, monk, and warrior in monks' clothing was often unclear, but for political purposes it hardly mattered. They all represented Enryakuji's power, and that power was formidable. The temple maintained arsenals of weapons, stores of naginata, bows, arrows, swords, and armor were kept ready for deployment. The Akuso trained regularly, maintaining skills that would allow them to function as an effective military force. When temple authorities decided a forced march was necessary, they could mobilize thousands of armed men within days, and they used this power frequently. Between 1050 AD and 1180 AD, a period of barely 130 years, Enryakuji forces marched on Kyoto over 200 times by some counts. Though exact numbers are disputed because smaller demonstrations might not have been recorded. What is certain is that these marches became a regular feature of political life. The court came to expect them. Ministers maintained procedures for dealing with them. The entire government operated with the understanding that certain decisions would inevitably bring armed monks to the gates. An incident from 1081 AD illustrates the peak of this power. The court appointed a new abbot to Midera, the rival temple that had split from Enryakuji centuries earlier over doctrinal disputes. The appointment violated what Enryakuji considered its traditional prerogatives in monastic appointments. Within weeks, several thousand armed monks from Mount Hiei descended on Kyoto. They carried mikoshi as usual, but they also made clear that if their demands were not met, they would burn Midera to the ground. The court attempted to negotiate. They offered compromises. They suggested alternative appointments. Nothing satisfied the monks from Mount Hiei. After weeks of standoff, the court capitulated completely, rescinding the appointment and granting Enryakuji effective veto power over future Midera leadership. This was the moment when even those sympathetic to Buddhism began to recognize the problem. A famous quote, attributed to Emperor Shirakawa, who reigned from 1072 to 1086 AD, captured the frustration of secular authority confronting Enryakuji's power. "There are three things," the emperor supposedly said, "that I cannot control as I wish. The fall of the dice, the flow of the Kamo River, and the mountain monks." The first two were proverbial expressions for randomness and natural forces beyond human authority. That the emperor placed the monks of Mount Hiei in this category revealed both his exasperation and his grudging acceptance of reality. Enryakuji had achieved something remarkable and terrible. It had made itself ungovernable, too powerful to coerce, too sacred to attack directly, capable of imposing its will on the highest authorities in the land. The mountain that would not kneel had forced the empire to its knees instead. And in the complex halls and meditation chambers scattered across Mount Hiei's slopes, monks who claimed to pursue enlightenment had discovered another kind of power entirely. The power that flows from the blade's edge and the threat of fire, the power that would define their order for the next 5 centuries. Who becomes a warrior monk? The path to Mount Hiei began in many different places and for many different reasons. There was no single type of man who became a warrior monk, no uniform background or motivation. The mountain accepted many kinds of people, and in their diversity lay both the strength and the complexity of the Sohei tradition. Some arrived as children, placed in temple care by families who could not support all their sons. In medieval Japan, inheritance passed primarily to the eldest son, leaving younger brothers to find their own paths. Military service was one option, but not every family could afford to establish multiple sons as warriors. The religious life offered an alternative, a respectable position that required no inheritance, provided security and status, and might even lead to positions of influence if the boy showed aptitude. These children grew up within the temple system, learning scriptures and martial arts with equal measure, knowing no other life, their dual identity as monks and fighters, forming naturally from their earliest memories. Others came as young men, already trained in combat by warrior families, seeking opportunities that the traditional samurai hierarchy could not provide. Perhaps they were fourth or fifth sons, with no hope of inheritance. Perhaps they came from provincial clans with little influence at court. Perhaps they had committed some offence that made remaining in secular warrior society impossible. Mount Hiei asked few questions. A man who could fight, who would swear loyalty to the temple, who would wear the robes and perform the basic religious obligations. Such a man was welcome. His past mattered less than his present usefulness. Some arrived fleeing justice. Temple grounds provided sanctuary according to ancient Buddhist principle. A criminal who reached Hongan-ji could not be extracted by secular authorities without violating sacred space. Over time, the mountain accumulated men wanted for theft, assault, even murder. The temple authorities maintained plausible deniability. These were penitents seeking redemption through religious life. But everyone understood the reality. Many so-called monks on Mount Hiei were warriors who had crossed lines elsewhere and found refuge among other men comfortable with violence. And some, perhaps fewer than we might hope, came seeking genuine religious understanding. Buddhism's promise of enlightenment attracted sincere believers from all social classes. Peasant sons who showed intellectual promise might be sponsored for monastic training by wealthy patrons. Merchant sons dissatisfied with commercial life might choose contemplative practice. Even sons of nobility, moved by genuine religious conviction, might take vows. These men struggled most with the militarization of temple life, wrestling with a contradiction between their spiritual aspirations and the martial reality surrounding them. The training they received reflected these mixed motivations. Yes, they studied scriptures, they learnt to chant sutras, to perform rituals properly, to understand basic Buddhist doctrine. A man who could not convincingly perform as a monk would undermine the temple's religious legitimacy, and legitimacy mattered even for an institution that relied on force. But they also trained with weapons, extensively and rigorously, under instructors who had perfected the arts of combat through decades of practice and actual battlefield experience. The demographic composition created a strange society on Mount Hiei. Genuine scholars pursuing enlightenment lived alongside professional fighters wearing monks' robes. Abbots, who had achieved high levels of Buddhist learning, commanded forces that included men who could barely read a sutra. Administrative buildings, housing precious manuscripts, stood near armories, storing thousands of weapons. The chanting of prayers echoed between buildings where men practiced killing techniques. This was not hypocrisy. Exactly, or not only hypocrisy. It was adaptation, the result of institutions responding to environmental pressures, finding ways to survive and thrive in conditions far removed from Buddhism's Indian origins. The Buddha had taught in a world of small kingdoms and wandering ascetics. His followers in Japan inhabited a world of vast landholdings and political power struggles. They adapted his teaching to their circumstances, and if that adaptation produced warrior monks, well, the Dharma had always been flexible. By the late 11th century AD, the term Sohei, warrior monk, had entered common usage. It described a recognized category, a type of person everyone understood, even if no one could quite reconcile with orthodox Buddhist principles. And if you wanted to understand what it meant to be Sohei, you needed to spend a day in their world, to experience the peculiar rhythm of life, where dawn prayers preceded weapons practice, where meditation alternated with military drills, where the pursuit of enlightenment coexisted with preparation for violence. Morning sutras, afternoon steel, you wake in darkness to the sound of a bell. The air is cold despite the season, because Mount Hiei sits high enough that mornings always carry chill, and the wooden building where you sleep offers little insulation. Around you, other men stir on their sleeping mats, perhaps 20 in this room, all wearing the same rough cotton underrobes, all rising together as they have risen every morning for years. You move to the washing area outside, a wooden platform where spring water flows into a stone basin. The water is shockingly cold against your face, but it drives away the last fog of sleep. You shave your head carefully, maintaining the distinctive appearance that marks you as a monk, though your hands are calloused in ways that sutra copying never produces. Other men perform the same ablutions around you, silent in the pre-dawn darkness, each focused on preparing for the day. The morning service begins before the sun rises. You file into the main hall with hundreds of others, taking your place on the wooden floor before the altar. The great Buddha statue looms above you, gilded and serene in the lamplight. Incense smoke drifts through the hall, sandalwood mixing with the smell of lamp oil. The head priest begins the chant, and you join your voice with the others, the syllables of the Lotus Sutra flowing in rhythmic waves. Your mind follows the sounds, but does not focus on meaning. You have chanted these words thousands of times. They have become like breathing, automatic and necessary. After prayers comes a simple meal, rice gruel with pickled vegetables. You eat quickly, sitting cross-legged in the refectory with your assigned group. Conversation is minimal. Some of the men here are your friends, companions in training and campaigns. Others you barely know despite living on the same mountain. The community is too large for intimacy. Those smaller circles of trust and loyalty form within the greater whole. Then comes the division. Some monks retire to scriptoriums for copying work, or to lecture halls for doctrinal study. You turn toward the training grounds, a cleared area behind the main temple complex, where the trees have been cut back to create open space. The air smells of pine resin and disturbed earth. Dew still clings to the grass, sparkling in the early morning light that has finally reached through the mountain mists. Your naginata waits where you left it yesterday, propped against the weapons rack with dozens of others. You lift it, feeling the familiar weight, the balance point about a third of the way down the shaft. The weapon is taller than you, perhaps 7 feet from end to end. The blade itself spanning 2 feet of curved steel, designed for sweeping cuts that can disable a horse or disembowel a man. You begin the basic forms, movements practiced so many times that your body performs them without conscious thought. Step forward, rotate the hips, bring the blade around in a horizontal arc. Step back, raise the weapon overhead, bring it down in a vertical cut. The wood of the shaft is smooth in your hands, worn by use until it fits perfectly against your palms. Around you, other men practice their own forms. Some work with naginata like yours. Others prefer the yari, a straight-bladed spear better for thrusting. A few train with bows, the curved Japanese yumi that requires immense strength to draw properly. The instructors move among you, occasionally stopping to correct a stance or demonstrate a particular technique. These instructors are older monks, men who have fought in actual campaigns, who bear scars from real battles, whose teaching comes not from books but from experience. The training intensifies as morning progresses. You pair off for sparring, using wooden practice weapons that still hurt considerably when they connect. Your partner today is a man named Ryusho, roughly your age, quick and aggressive. He comes at you hard, his practice naginata whistling through the air. You block, the wooden shafts clacking together, then pivot to create an opening for your counter-strike. He dodges. You circle each other, breathing hard, sweat beginning to soak through your robes despite the cool air. The bout continues until the instructor calls time, and you bow to each other, acknowledging the practice. Later comes tactical training, learning to fight in formation rather than as individuals. You stand shoulder to shoulder with 19 other men. Naginata extended, presenting a wall of blades to an imaginary enemy. The instructor shouts, commands, advance together, halt, shift right, contract the formation, expand again. The goal is to move as one organism, maintaining cohesion even in the chaos of battle. You have seen what happens when temple forces lose formation. Individuals picked off by disciplined samurai cavalry. Unity is survival. By noon, you are exhausted. You return to the refectory for another simple meal, rice and miso soup and perhaps some dried fish. Your muscles ache. Small bruises from sparring throb on your shins and forearms. You eat mechanically, refueling the body, already knowing that afternoon will bring more of the same. After the meal comes a brief period of rest. But even this serves a purpose. You sharpen your naginata blade, working the whetstone along the edge with careful strokes, maintaining the weapon that may save your life. Other men repair equipment, sew torn robes, or simply sit quietly, conserving energy for what remains of the day. Afternoon training focuses on scenarios. Today, the instructors set up a mock defense of a temple gate. Half of you play defenders, using the narrow opening to advantage, forcing attackers to come at you in small numbers. The other half plays attackers, trying to overcome the defensive position through force or cunning. You are an attacker today. The problem seems impossible. The gate too narrow, the defenders too well positioned. But you learn the lesson anyway, that frontal assault on prepared positions costs lives, that numbers matter less than terrain, that patience and deception often achieve more than courage. Evening brings final prayers. Another service in the main hall, though your body is so tired that staying awake during the chanting requires effort. The day's exertion catches up with you, your legs protesting the kneeling position, your shoulders burning from hours of weapons work. But you remain, adding your voice to the collective sound, maintaining the appearance that this is primarily a religious community rather than a military camp. After prayers, you have a few hours of personal time before sleep. Some men use this for additional study, reading sutras by lamplight, pursuing the religious education that was supposed to be the point of monastic life. Others gamble, throwing dice or playing Go, technically forbidden but widely tolerated. You join a group preparing equipment, your hands working while conversation flows, jokes and complaints and speculation about whether there will be another forced march this year. Then sleep, returning to your mat in the communal room, pulling a thin blanket over yourself, listening to the night sounds of the mountain, the wind in the trees, the distant sound of a bell marking the late watch. Tomorrow will be the same. The day after that will be the same. This is your life, divided between prayer and preparation for violence, between seeking enlightenment and training to kill, between the Buddha's teaching and the demands of worldly power. You accepted this contradiction when you came here, or perhaps you never questioned it at all. But either way, you sleep knowing that you are Sohei, warrior monk, a paradox made flesh. The weapons of the Sohei. The naginata defined the warrior monks in popular imagination, and for good reason. This distinctive weapon, a curved blade mounted on a long wooden shaft, became as much a symbol of the Sohei as the shaved head and Buddhist robes. But the relationship between the warrior monks and their signature weapon went deeper than symbolism. The naginata suited their particular style of combat, their tactical needs, and even their philosophical position in ways that other weapons could not match. The weapon's design reflected centuries of evolution. The blade, typically between 1 and 3 feet long, curved gently like a sword, but was mounted on a shaft that extended the wielder's reach to 7 feet or more. This combination of cutting power and extended range made the naginata devastatingly effective against mounted opponents. A skilled wielder could strike a rider while staying outside the reach of his sword, or disable the horse itself with a low sweeping cut. Given that the Sohei's primary opponents were often samurai cavalry, this advantage was considerable, but the naginata's value to the warrior monks went beyond its effectiveness against horses. The weapon was traditionally associated with Buddhist monasteries, having been used by monks for self-defense during the Nara period, centuries before the Sohei became organized military forces. This historical connection allowed temples to justify weapons training. They were not preparing for war, the argument went, but maintaining traditional monastic practices of self-defense. That the self-defense training created battle-ready soldiers was merely a fortunate side effect. The weapon also suited the Sohei's tactical preferences. Warrior monks typically fought in large formations, hundreds or thousands moving together, using numbers to overwhelm smaller forces of professional samurai. The naginata's length allowed these formations to maintain distance from enemies while still delivering powerful strikes. Men could stand shoulder to shoulder, their blades creating an almost continuous barrier of sharp steel, advancing together like a scythe cutting through wheat. Training with the naginata began simply but grew increasingly complex. A novice would start with basic strikes, learning the 8 fundamental cuts, 4 horizontal, 4 vertical. The weapon's weight and length demanded proper body mechanics. You could not muscle a naginata through its movements the way you might force a shorter weapon. Instead, you learned to use your whole body, generating power from legs and hips, allowing the weapon's momentum to do the work. A properly executed cut looked almost effortless, the blade floating through its arc, but that apparent ease concealed years of practice. Advanced training introduced variations and combinations. How to transition smoothly from one cut to another. How to use the butt end of the shaft for striking or blocking. How to spin the weapon to generate additional momentum. How to fight in close quarters when the long shaft became a liability rather than an advantage. The most skilled practitioners could make the naginata seem alive in their hands, the weapon becoming an extension of their body, rather than a separate tool. But warrior monks did not rely solely on naginata. A well-equipped Sohei carried multiple weapons, each suited to different situations. Many wore a shorter sword, either a wakizashi or a full katana, for close combat when the naginata's length became unwieldy. This violated strict interpretations of weapon laws that reserved swords for the samurai class, but the Sohei claimed religious exemption, arguing that swords were necessary for protecting temple property and had been carried by monks since ancient times. Bows played an important role in Sohei warfare, though perhaps less prominently than in samurai combat. The Japanese yumi, the asymmetric longbow, with its distinctive shape and powerful draw, required tremendous strength and years of practice to master. Some warrior monks specialized in archery, particularly those defending fixed positions like temple gates or walls. They would rain arrows down on attacking forces, taking advantage of elevation and prepared positions. But the bow was less useful for the forced marches that were the Sohei's signature tactic. Since carrying sufficient arrows for a major engagement, they added considerable weight to an already demanding trek. Armor presented interesting challenges for the warrior monks. Full samurai armor, the elaborate oyoroi with its iron plates and silk cords, was expensive and restricted movement. More importantly, it was strongly associated with the warrior class, and Sohei needed to maintain at least the appearance of being primarily religious figures. The solution was hybrid equipment. Many warrior monks wore lighter armor, perhaps a simple chest plate under their robes, or chainmail that provided protection without obvious martial display. Some wore no armor at all, relying on speed and numbers rather than personal protection. The warrior monks also employed a weapon that was uniquely theirs, less common but deeply symbolic. The shakujo, the ringed staff traditionally carried by traveling monks, could serve as an effective weapon in skilled hands. The heavy iron rings mounted on the staff's head added weight for striking, while the staff itself could block or parry. More importantly, the shakujo was unambiguously a religious implement. Its use in combat, reinforcing the warrior monk's identity as religious figures defending sacred institutions rather than mere soldiers. Fire was perhaps their most terrible weapon, though not one they carried. When warrior monks attacked rival temples, they came with torches. Japanese temple architecture, built primarily of wood and paper, burned with horrifying ease. Fire served both tactical and psychological purposes. It destroyed enemy strongholds effectively. It created panic and chaos, and it sent an unmistakable message about the attacker's resolve. To burn another temple was to declare total war, to abandon any pretense of religious brotherhood. The willingness to do so marked the depth of hatreds between rival institutions. The relationship between warrior monks and their weapons was never purely practical. Weapons required maintenance, sharpening and oiling and repair. This maintenance became a form of meditation for some, a quiet time for reflection, while hands performed familiar tasks. The weapons also embodied the fundamental contradiction of Sohei existence. Every time a warrior monk lifted his naginata for training or battle, he confronted the gap between Buddhist teaching and his own actions. Some reconciled this through philosophy, others simply accepted it as necessary, but the weapons themselves remained physical proof that these monks had chosen a path far removed from the Buddha's original vision, the art of temple war. Warfare in medieval Japan followed certain conventions, unwritten rules that governed how military forces engaged each other. Samurai culture emphasized individual prowess and honor. Battles often began with champions from each side, meeting in single combat while the armies watched. Warriors announced their names and lineage before fighting, establishing their status and seeking worthy opponents. Victory in battle brought honor and glory, defeat brought shame, but both sides operated within a shared understanding of how war should be conducted. The Sohei ignored most of these conventions, and in doing so, gained significant tactical advantages over opponents who remained bound by tradition. To understand temple warfare is to understand how the warrior monks weaponized their ambiguous status, using religious identity as both shield and sword, creating forms of combat that horrified conventional warriors, even as those warriors proved unable to counter them effectively. The most distinctive Sohei tactic was the forced march itself, that mass descent from Mount Hiei or other temple centers, thousands of armed monks converging on a target with religious symbols held high. This was not battle in the conventional sense. It was pressure, intimidation, a form of warfare that achieved its goals without fighting if possible, through fighting only if necessary. The planning behind these marches reveals sophisticated strategic thinking. Timing mattered immensely. The warrior monks chose moments of government weakness, periods when the court was distracted by succession disputes, or when military forces were deployed elsewhere. They monitored politics closely, maintaining informants in the capital who reported on court deliberations. When an opportunity appeared, when a controversial decision was pending, or an unpopular appointment being considered, that was the moment to mobilize. The threat of a forced march could halt government business entirely, as ministers spent their time trying to prevent or prepare for temple intervention rather than conducting normal affairs. The use of sacred objects as shields demonstrated brilliant tactical thinking. By carrying mikoshi, the portable shrines housing Shinto deities, the warrior monks made themselves essentially untouchable. Anyone who attacked them would be attacking the gods themselves, committing sacrilege that would bring supernatural retribution. This belief was not mere superstition, but deeply embedded in Japanese religious consciousness. Even the most pragmatic court officials, those who understood perfectly well that the monks were manipulating religious sentiment for political ends, could not quite bring themselves to order attacks on men bearing divine vessels. The psychological warfare was exquisite. The government's own religious beliefs became weapons in the hands of their opponents. When forced marches failed to achieve objectives, when the court proved stubborn or the grievance was too serious for negotiated settlement, warrior monks had to actually fight. Their approach to combat differed fundamentally from samurai warfare. The Sohei relied on mass, on overwhelming numbers moving in coordinated formations, crushing opposition through collective force rather than individual excellence. A typical Sohei assault force would advance in dense columns, naginata extended, men packed closely together. The formation's depth meant that even if the first ranks fell, those behind would press forward, maintaining momentum. Against samurai cavalry, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Horses instinctively feared the hedge of blades, refusing to charge directly into the formation. Riders who tried to break through found themselves targeted by multiple naginata simultaneously, surrounded and cut down. The warrior monks' lack of individual glory seeking actually helped them. Where samurai might seek worthy opponents and individual combat, the Sohei simply attacked whoever was nearest, bringing multiple weapons to bear against single targets. They also excelled at defensive warfare, particularly when operating from their temple strongholds. Mount Hiei's terrain provided enormous advantages. The steep paths allowed small forces to hold off much larger armies. Defenders positioned at key points on the ascent could rain arrows and rocks down on attackers struggling uphill. The thick forests prevented cavalry from operating effectively. The multiple sub-temples scattered across the mountain meant that even if attackers overran one position, dozens of others remained. The warrior monks fortified their temples with military engineering that would have impressed any castle builder. Walls surrounded key complexes, ditches channeled attackers into kill zones. Heavy gates could be barred from inside. Observation posts provided early warning of approaching enemies. Food and water stores allowed for extended sieges. Some temples even maintained escape routes, hidden paths through the mountains that would allow defenders to evacuate if necessary, or to bring in reinforcements during a siege. But the Sohei's true genius lay in psychological warfare. They understood that victory often came not from destroying enemies, but from making the cost of conflict seem unbearable. When warrior monks captured enemies, they sometimes executed them in elaborate public displays, sending a message about the consequences of opposition. When they attacked rival temples, they showed no mercy, burning buildings, destroying sacred objects, demonstrating that religious status provided no protection once conflict began. These tactics terrified not only their enemies, but also potential allies of their enemies, making neutrality seem preferable to opposition. The warrior monks also proved adept at exploiting political divisions. Japanese government was never monolithic. Court factions competed constantly, aristocratic families jockeyed for influence, and provincial clans maintained their own interests. The Sohei cultivated relationships with sympathetic factions, offering military support in exchange for political backing. During succession disputes, temples would throw their weight behind preferred candidates, potentially providing thousands of armed supporters. This made them valuable allies and dangerous enemies, ensuring that most political players tried to maintain at least neutrality with major temples. They even developed methods for coordinating multiple temples in joint operations. When Enryaku-ji, Kofuku-ji, and other major institutions agreed on a common objective, they could mobilize tens of thousands of warrior monks. These coordinated efforts were rare because temple rivalries usually prevented cooperation. But when they occurred, they created an overwhelming force that could intimidate even the most powerful secular authorities. Communication during operations relied on simple but effective methods. Messengers carrying specific symbols could pass through the chaos of conflict to deliver orders. Fire signals from high points conveyed basic information across distances. Horns and drums coordinated movement during battle. The systems were not sophisticated compared to later military developments, but they sufficed for the warrior monk's purposes, allowing commanders to maintain enough control over large forces to make mass tactics effective. The warrior monk's approach to warfare reflected their unique position in Japanese society. They were not trying to conquer territory or establish political dynasties. They were defending and expanding institutional power, seeking to maintain the wealth and autonomy that allowed their temples to function as independent centers of religious and political authority. Their tactics served these limited but vital objectives, creating enough military power to protect their interests without requiring the massive resources that sustained conquest would demand. In many ways, the Sohei anticipated modern concepts of asymmetric warfare, using unconventional tactics and their special status to offset the advantages of more professional military forces. They turned their seeming weakness, their identity as religious figures rather than warriors, into a source of strength. They made the government's respect for religious institutions into a vulnerability to be exploited. And they demonstrated that military effectiveness could come from organization and determination as much as from individual martial skill. This art of temple war would define Japanese politics for centuries, creating a strange equilibrium where religious institutions functioned as military powers, where monks wielded as much influence through force as through spiritual authority, where the pursuit of enlightenment coexisted with the pursuit of victory in battle. Between two worlds, his name was Raigo, and in the spring of 1084 AD, he sat in his cell at Midera Temple, knowing that he had failed. The meditation hall where he knelt looked out over Lake Biwa, Japan's largest freshwater lake, its surface reflecting clouds drifting across the afternoon sky. For 60 years, he had lived here, rising through the temple hierarchy to become one of the most influential monks in the Tendai tradition. Emperors had consulted him on spiritual matters. Nobles had sought his blessing. His knowledge of Buddhist scripture was renowned throughout the capital region, and now, despite all his devotion, despite all his years of service, Emperor Shirakawa had denied his petition. The new temple that Raigo had worked to establish, the institution that would have carried his lineage forward, would not receive imperial recognition. The court had sided with Enryakuji, which opposed the new temple as an unwelcome rival. Politics had triumphed over piety. The mountain monks had won again. Raigo had not expected this outcome. He had performed rituals for the emperor's safe birth years ago, when Shirakawa's mother was pregnant. He had prayed for the imperial family's prosperity. He had given everything that a monk could give in service to the throne. And in return, he had asked only for official recognition of a temple, a small favor by the standards of the age. The refusal felt like betrayal, not just of him personally, but of everything he believed about the relationship between religious devotion and worldly reward. He had argued, as respectfully as one could argue with an emperor. He had presented his case through intermediaries. He had mobilized support among sympathetic court nobles. Nothing had worked. The emperor's decision was final, and now Raigo had to choose what came next. Around him, Midera continued its daily rhythms. He could hear other monks chanting in the main hall, their voices rising and falling in familiar patterns. Younger monks hurried past his cell, carrying water from the well, preparing for evening prayers. The administrative buildings housed scribes, recording temple business, managing the estates that funded this entire complex. Life went on, indifferent to his personal crisis of faith and purpose. But Raigo could not simply accept what had happened. He was a monk, yes, devoted to Buddhist principles of non-attachment and acceptance of impermanence. He had meditated on emptiness for decades, studied texts that taught the illusory nature of worldly desires. But he was also a man, with a man's pride and a man's capacity for anger. And beneath the calm exterior that 60 years of monastic discipline had cultivated, rage was growing. He began a fast, refusing all food. This was traditionally a form of protest, a way to demonstrate the seriousness of grievance by willingly accepting suffering. Temple authorities tried to convince him to eat. Fellow monks brought him rice and vegetables, pleading with him to reconsider. But Raigo turned them all away. If the emperor would not grant his petition through normal channels, perhaps spectacle would change the imperial mind. Days passed. His body weakened. The meditation that had once come easily now required enormous effort. His thoughts, usually so disciplined, began to wander into dark places. He found himself dwelling on revenge, imagining the emperor's suffering, fantasizing about supernatural retribution. These thoughts violated everything he had spent his life learning. They were attachments, desires, expressions of ego that a truly enlightened monk should have transcended. But they came anyway, unbidden and insistent. On the 7th day of his fast, Raigo made a decision that would pass into legend. He took brush and ink, his hands shaking from weakness, and wrote a final declaration. In it, he stated that he would become an onryo, a vengeful spirit. He would use powers accumulated through decades of spiritual practice, not for enlightenment but for curse. He would haunt the imperial family. He would bring disease and disaster to the court. He would transform his devotion into hatred and his spiritual achievements into weapons. He died that night, or so the records say, whether from starvation or from the sheer force of his will, whether his spirit actually separated from his body, or whether the stories that followed were simply the medieval mind trying to make sense of coincidence, no one can say with certainty. But what followed seemed to support the curse's power. Within months, Emperor Shirakawa's son fell ill and died. The emperor himself suffered a series of political setbacks. Mid-era monks spoke of seeing strange lights on the mountain, hearing unearthly sounds. The court, deeply superstitious, began to fear Raigo's vengeful ghost. Eventually, in a desperate attempt at appeasement, they granted the temple recognition posthumously, trying to satisfy the dead monk's spirit by giving in death what they had denied in life. The story of Raigo captured something essential about the warrior monk's world. It showed the tension between religious ideals and human emotions. It revealed how even the most devoted practitioners could be corrupted by worldly desires, how the pursuit of spiritual power could become indistinguishable from the pursuit of temporal power. It demonstrated that the line between monk and warrior was never as clear as Buddhist doctrine suggested it should be. Years later, warriors would tell the story before battles, both as warning and as inspiration. As warning, it reminded them that even spiritual figures could become dangerous when crossed. As inspiration, it showed that determination could overcome any obstacle, that willpower could triumph even over death itself. Whether they understood Raigo as a tragic figure who fell from grace, or as a hero who refused to accept injustice, they recognized in him something of their own struggle between who they were supposed to be and who they actually were. In his cell overlooking Lake Biwa, in the final hours before death, Raigo embodied the fundamental paradox of the Sohei. He was a learned monk who had spent decades studying compassion, choosing revenge. He was a religious figure, using spiritual powers for curse rather than blessing. He was living proof that the warrior monk was not an aberration or a temporary corruption of Buddhist principles, but something deeper and more permanent, a fusion of religiosity and violence that could not be separated, no matter how much theology tried to pull them apart. The philosopher warriors, the warrior monks never stopped being monks. Not entirely. Even as they trained with weapons and marched on the capital, Even as they fought battles and burned rival temples, they maintained religious practices and engaged seriously with Buddhist philosophy. This was not mere hypocrisy. It was something more complex, a genuine attempt to reconcile irreconcilable commitments, to find a way to be both violent and devoted, both warriors and seekers of enlightenment. The central problem was obvious. Buddhism's first precept commanded non-violence toward all living beings. How could a monk committed to this principle justify wielding a naginata against human opponents? The warrior monks developed several answers, each drawing on different aspects of Buddhist thought, each revealing something about how religious traditions adapt when worldly pressures demand flexibility. The most common justification invoked the concept of protecting the Dharma. The Buddha's teaching was a precious and rare thing, the warrior monks argued. In countless world systems, throughout infinite time, beings suffered in darkness without access to the possibility of enlightenment. Japan had been blessed with the Dharma's presence. Temples preserved this teaching through their libraries, their rituals, their communities of practitioners. To allow these temples to be destroyed, or their independence compromised, was to risk losing the Dharma itself. Therefore, violence in defense of temples was not really violence at all. It was compassion expressed through protective action, ensuring that future generations would have access to the teaching. This argument had scriptural support. Certain Mahayana sutras described bodhisattvas, enlightened beings who postponed final nirvana to help others, taking on worldly roles that might appear unspiritual, but served ultimate spiritual purposes. If a bodhisattva could become a king or general to protect the teaching, if enlightened beings could employ upaya, skillful means that violated conventional rules in service of higher goals, then surely monks could take up arms when circumstances required it. The timing of Mappo, the age of Dharma decline, intensified this justification. If the final age had truly arrived, if the Buddha's teaching was fading from the world, then desperate measures were warranted. Normal rules applied to normal times, but these were not normal times. The Dharma itself was under threat, and protecting it required methods that earlier generations would have considered inappropriate. Some warrior monks went further, arguing that violence itself could be a form of spiritual practice when undertaken with proper intention. The key was detachment. If you killed without hatred, without desire for personal gain, without attachment to the outcome, then perhaps the act transcended ordinary moral categories. This was a dangerous argument, easily corrupted into justification for any action, but it had roots in certain Buddhist texts that discussed the possibility of acting in ways that appeared harmful while maintaining inner purity. Others focused on the distinction between monks and lay administrators. Yes, temples employed armed men. Yes, these men wore religious robes and lived on temple grounds. But were they really monks in the full sense? Perhaps they were better understood as a separate category, lay protectors who happened to shave their heads and perform basic religious duties, but were not held to the same standards as ordained monks who had taken complete vows. This distinction allowed temple leadership to maintain plausible deniability. The violence was regrettable but necessary, performed by men who were not quite monks, defending institutions that were unquestionably sacred. None of these justifications fully resolved the contradiction. The warrior monks knew this. In their private moments, in their cells at night, they felt the tension between their actions and their beliefs. Some dealt with it through compartmentalization, separating their religious practice from their martial duties, trying to be sincere monks during prayers and pragmatic warriors during conflicts. Others accepted guilt as a necessary burden, believing they would accumulate negative karma from their violence, but accepting this consequence as the price of protecting something more important than their individual spiritual progress. A few found a different kind of resolution, not through philosophy but through aesthetic. They embraced the contradiction, making it central to their identity rather than something to be explained away. The warrior monk became a distinct category in their understanding, not a failed monk or a disguised warrior, but something unique, defined precisely by its impossibility. This acceptance had a certain elegance. It acknowledged reality rather than trying to rationalize it, admitting that they were living paradoxes, embodiments of contradictions that could not be resolved through logic alone. The philosophical struggles of the warrior monks would echo through later Japanese culture. The samurai would face similar questions about reconciling Buddhism with their violent profession. Zen Buddhism would develop concepts about finding enlightenment through martial arts, about sword fighting as meditation, about killing with compassion. These later developments owed much to the earlier warrior monks, who first confronted the problem of how to be both spiritual and violent, both devoted to peace and skilled at war. But for the Sohei themselves, the philosophy mattered less than the practice. They were monks who fought because their institutions required fighting. They were warriors who prayed because their souls required prayer. Between these two identities, in the space where contradiction became simply their lived reality, they forged an existence that defined them for centuries. Sounds of the mountain temple. Listen to the morning on Mount Hiei. The first sound is always the bell. Bronze striking bronze in the darkness before dawn. The tone pure and sustained, carrying across the mountain slopes, echoing from the valleys below. The bell rings 108 times, once for each of the earthly desires that bind souls to suffering, each strike a reminder of why monks renounce the world. The sound fades slowly, absorbed by the forest, by the mist that clings to everything in these heights. Then come footsteps, wood against wood, as hundreds of men leave their sleeping quarters, moving along covered walkways, their tabi socks padding softly on polished boards. Occasional creaking marks, old timber settling, sounds the temple has made for centuries, familiar as breathing to those who live here. Water splashes in stone basins as the monks perform ablutions, washing sleep from faces, preparing for prayer. The chanting begins like a wave approaching from a distance. First a few voices in the main hall, then more joining, building to a sustained drone. The words of sutras flowing in rhythmic patterns. Syllables that originated in India centuries ago, transformed through Chinese pronunciation, now given Japanese articulation. The voices blend into something larger than individual speech, becoming almost instrumental, a music of devotion that fills the hall and spills out through the open sides, mixing with wind in the cryptomeria trees. Beneath the chanting, smaller sounds persist, the strike of a wooden mallet on a wooden drum, keeping time, marking transitions between sections of the liturgy. The rattle of beads as monks finger their prayer counters. The rustle of robes as men shift position during long periods of kneeling. The occasional cough or cleared throat, human sounds that remind you this is not abstract spirituality, but living people performing ancient practices. After prayers, the mountain wakes fully. Crows call from the trees, their cries harsh against the morning quiet, unbothered by human presence. The wind increases as the sun rises, moving through pine branches with a rushing sound like distant water. Below, in the valley, Lake Biwa reflects early light, though you cannot see it from this elevation, only sense it as a presence, a vast stillness beyond the trees. Then come the sounds of training, the crack of wood on wood as naginata strike in practice bouts, sharp reports that scatter birds from nearby branches, the thud of arrows hitting targets, straw bundles that absorb the impact and hold the shafts for retrieval. The call of instructors giving commands, voices loud and sharp, cutting through morning peace with military urgency, the heavier thump of bodies hitting ground, the exhalation of breath forced from lungs by sudden impact, the scrape of feet repositioning for the next exchange. These sounds exist in tension with the temple environment, violence practiced in a place dedicated to ending violence, but the monks move between them without apparent dissonance. Prayer ends, weapons practice begins, Each has its time and place and sound. The mountain contains both, makes space for contradiction, allows the impossible coexistence. Afternoon brings quieter hours. Scribes copy texts in scriptoriums, the scratch of brushes on paper, the subtle sound of ink being ground on stones, mixed with water to proper consistency. In meditation halls, near silence prevails, broken only by breathing and the occasional instruction from masters correcting students' posture. The temperature rises despite the elevation, and cicadas begin their droning, a sound that will continue for hours, so persistent it becomes like silence, noticed only when it stops. Evening carries the mountain toward rest. Bells ring again, calling to final prayers. Their tones softer now, less insistent than morning's wake-up call, more invitation than command. Cooking fires release smoke that drifts through buildings, carrying the smell of rice and miso. Simple food, but welcome after a day of exertion. Men gather for the evening meal, and voices rise in conversation, laughter occasionally breaking through the general murmur, human connection asserting itself in the few hours before sleep. Night on Mount Hiei brings sounds the day does not allow you to notice. The deeper silences between the wind's passages, the scurry of small animals, mice or weasels moving through the buildings, searching for dropped rice, an owl's call from the forest, hunting sounds that mark death for some creature unseen, water dripping from eaves where day's condensation collects and falls, the creak of buildings cooling, contracting slightly in the night's lower temperatures, and occasionally, carried on wind from some distant section of the mountain, the sound of practice continuing after dark, someone working alone, the rhythmic swish of a naginata cutting air, practicing forms by starlight or moonlight, or perhaps by memory in complete darkness. The dedication required for such private training speaks to the seriousness with which the warrior monks approached their dual calling, the depth of commitment that made them effective despite the contradictions they embodied. These are the sounds that shaped the warrior monks, the auditory environment in which they lived and trained and prayed. Between the bells calling to prayer and the wood striking wood in combat practice, between chanted sutras and shouted commands, between silence and sound, the Sohei found their identity, became what they became. Paradoxes given voice in the sounds of the mountain temple, the Mikoshi march. The portable shrines were works of art before they became weapons. Craftsmen spent months constructing each mikoshi, miniature replicas of shrine architecture rendered in exquisite detail. Cedar wood formed the framework, carefully joined without nails, according to ancient Shinto principles. The roof tiles were gilded, catching light like scales of some divine creature. Silk ropes in brilliant colours wrapped the supporting posts, white and red and gold, sacred colours that marked the boundaries between mortal and divine realms. Inside, hidden from view, rested the shintai, objects that housed the presence of specific kami, spirits of mountains or rivers, or legendary figures who had been elevated to godhood. These shrines normally resided in sanctuaries on Mount Hiei, objects of veneration, destinations for pilgrimage. Priests tended them with elaborate rituals. Offerings accumulated before them, rice and sake and coins left by devotees. They represented the profound connection between Buddhism and Shinto that characterized Japanese religious life, the two traditions intertwining so completely that separating them became impossible. The kami protected the Buddhist temples. The Buddha's teaching gave the kami new significance. The shrines embodied this synthesis, but in the hands of the warrior monks, the mikoshi transformed. What was sacred became strategic. What inspired devotion now inspired fear. The decision to carry the shrines down from the mountain in protest did not originate spontaneously. Temple leadership planned these operations carefully, calculating when a forced march would be most effective, what grievance was serious enough to justify the tactic, what specific demands could realistically be achieved through intimidation. Mobilization required days of preparation. Thousands of warrior monks needed assembling. Supplies had to be organized for the march. Most importantly, the mikoshi had to be prepared. Priests performing rituals to inform the kami of the journey, seeking divine approval for using sacred objects in political theatre. The march itself followed a choreographed pattern, refined through decades of repetition. The monks would gather before dawn on Mount Hiei, assembling in the plaza before the main hall. Some carried naginata, the blades wrapped in cloth to prevent accidental injury during the descent. Others carried torches, though they would not light them until arriving at the capital unless the situation demanded showing force during the approach. The mikoshi would be elevated onto the shoulders of specially selected carriers, men chosen for strength and steadiness, men who understood that dropping a sacred shrine would be both disaster and sacrilege. The procession down the mountain moved with deliberate slowness. This was not military march, but religious ceremony, at least in appearance. The monks chanted as they walked, sutras that echoed through the forest, sound rolling ahead of them like a wave. The chanting served multiple purposes. It reinforced their identity as religious figures. It maintained cohesion in the large group, and it announced their approach, ensuring that no one in the capital below could claim surprise when thousands of armed monks appeared. As they descended from the mountain's elevation, travellers on the road would see them first as movement, a dark mass flowing down the path like water. Those who recognized what was happening fled immediately, carrying news toward the capital. Farmers working fields near the mountain base would abandon their tools, retreating to their homes, closing doors and shutters against what was coming. The psychological impact preceded the physical presence. By the time the monks reached Kyoto's outskirts, the entire city knew they were approaching. The capital's response followed its own pattern. Palace guards would close the gates, a gesture more symbolic than practical, since the monks had no intention of forcing entry. Nobles would gather in emergency councils, debating responses, sending messengers to determine the monks' demands. The emperor, protected by layers of protocol and advisors, would remain sequestered while his ministers dealt with the crisis. And throughout the city, ordinary residents would secure their homes and pray that whatever was happening would resolve without violence spilling into the streets. The monks would plant the mikoshi in the plaza outside the palace gates. This was the crucial moment. The sacred shrines stood there, elevated on their posts, visible to everyone, physically blocking access to the palace. They created a situation that paralyzed the government. The court could not forcibly remove the shrines without committing sacrilege. They could not ignore the shrine's presence without appearing to disrespect the kami. They could not negotiate around them because the monks made clear the shrines would remain until demands were met. The mikoshi became hostages and hostage-takers simultaneously, innocent sacred objects weaponized through context. Sometimes the standoff lasted hours, sometimes days. The monks would wait patiently, taking turns standing guard, accepting food from sympathetic city residents who brought offerings as if feeding pilgrims. Temple leadership would send representatives to negotiate with court officials. Though everyone understood the negotiations were largely theatre, the real communication was visual. Thousands of armed monks surrounding sacred objects. The message unmistakable: grant our demands or face consequences no one wants to imagine. Usually, the court capitulated. An announcement would come, delivered by officials who tried to maintain dignity while clearly surrendering. The monk's petition would be granted. The controversial appointment would be rescinded. The disputed property would be awarded to the temple. Whatever the specific issue, the government would concede enough to allow the monks to declare victory and withdraw. The mikoshi would be lifted again, the chanting would resume, and the procession would return up the mountain, slower this time, carrying the weight of success, along with the weight of the sacred shrines. But occasionally, the government refused, or the monks decided their demands required more pressure than simple presence could provide. Then the torches would be lit. Then the naginata would be unwrapped. Then the forced march would transform into actual threat, and everyone understood that sacred objects would not prevent violence if the situation deteriorated further. The brilliance of the tactic lay in its flexibility. The Mikoshi march could scale up or down, depending on needs. It could be a warning shot, a brief appearance outside the palace to remind the court of temple power. Or it could be sustained siege, weeks of presence creating economic disruption and political crisis. The warrior monks had invented a form of protest that was simultaneously religious ceremony, political demonstration, and military threat. No one before them had quite managed this synthesis, and no one who faced it developed an effective counter. The forced march would define the Sohei in popular memory, the image of monks carrying portable shrines, becoming synonymous with the warrior monk phenomenon. But the tactic was only the most visible expression of temple power. Behind the dramatic confrontations lay deeper currents of violence and ambition, conflicts that would consume thousands of lives and reshape Japanese Buddhism forever. The night Kofukuji burned. Junsei had lived at Kofukuji for 32 years. When the monks from Enryakuji came, he was 45 years old. That spring of 1080 AD, no longer young but not yet old, his body still strong from decades of training and work. He served as an administrator for one of Kofukuji's subsidiary temples, managing lands in the provinces, travelling occasionally to supervise harvests and settle disputes. He was not a kuso, not one of the fighters, though he knew how to use a staff for self-defense. He was a bureaucrat in Buddhist robes, a man who dealt in rice production and legal documents in the mundane business that kept religious institutions functioning. The dispute between Kofukuji and Enryakuji had been building for months. Some complicated disagreement about authority over provincial estates, the kind of conflict that normally resolved itself through court mediation. Junsei had not paid much attention to the details. Such disputes were common. They rarely affected men at his level. He continued his work, expecting the abbots would settle things eventually. But the settlement came differently than anyone anticipated. The attack happened after dark, which should have been impossible. Nara sat a full day's hard march from Mount Hiei. For Enryakuji forces to reach Kofukuji required crossing considerable distance, through terrain they did not control, past villages that would report their movement. The surprise should not have been possible. Yet somehow, hundreds of warrior monks from Mount Hiei appeared outside Kofukuji's walls just after the evening prayers ended, when most monks had returned to their quarters. When defences were minimal, Junsei was in his room when the alarm bells rang. The sound was wrong, frantic rather than measured, signalling emergency rather than scheduled service. He grabbed his staff and rushed outside, joining the confusion of men emerging from buildings, everyone asking questions, no one having answers. Then he saw the glow over the western wall, orange light that could only mean one thing: fire. Kofukuji's warrior monks, the temple's own Akuso, scrambled to mount a defense. Junsei heard their commanders shouting orders, organizing men at the gates, preparing to repel an attack. But the fire spread faster than the defense could form. Junsei realized with sickening clarity that the attackers had no intention of fighting their way through the gates. They were burning Kofukuji from the outside, throwing torches over the walls, targeting wooden buildings that would ignite easily. The wind that night carried from the west, pushing flames toward the heart of the complex. Junsei watched a meditation hall he knew well, where he had sat through countless services, catch fire along its roof. The cedar shingles burned like paper, flames spreading across the surface in waves, growing brighter as they found more fuel. Within minutes, the entire building was engulfed, smoke pouring from windows, the structure groaning as supports weakened. Someone grabbed his arm. He turned to find one of the young monks he supervised, barely 20 years old, eyes wide with terror. "Where do we go?" the boy asked. Junsei had no answer. The fire was spreading to multiple buildings now. The main hall, the library, the dormitories, all igniting as the attackers continued throwing torches. The systematic nature of it struck him. This was not chaos, but methodical destruction. Professionals executing a plan designed to inflict maximum damage. The Akuso launched a counter-attack, charging through the gates to engage the Enryaku-ji forces directly. Junsei heard the fighting, the clash of weapons, the shouts and screams, but smoke obscured his view. He focused on the immediate problem. Get people out. Save what could be saved. He led a group of younger monks toward the sutra library, hoping to rescue texts before the building burned. They grabbed what scrolls they could carry, dozens of precious documents, but the heat was already too intense. The library's roof collapsed just minutes after they fled, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky. The battle outside the walls was brief and brutal. Kofukuji's forces were outnumbered and caught off guard. Many died in the first exchange. The survivors fell back inside the walls, trying to establish defensive positions, but the fire made defense meaningless. You cannot hold territory that is burning. The choice became clear. Stay and burn, or evacuate and surrender the temple. They evacuated. Monks streamed through the eastern gate, away from the fire and the attacking forces, carrying what they could, leaving behind everything else. Junsei went with them, still clutching the few sutras he had saved, watching over his shoulder as Kofukuji, one of Japan's oldest and most prestigious temples, burned against the night sky. The flames lit the surrounding area like daylight, bright enough to read by, bright enough to see the faces of the men fleeing, the shock and grief written there. By dawn, the Enryaku-ji forces had withdrawn. They had not pursued the fleeing monks. They had accomplished their objective, which was not killing but destroying, sending a message that no temple was safe if it opposed Mount Hiei's interests. Junsei returned with others as the sun rose, walking through the smouldering ruins of what had been his home for 3 decades. The main hall was gone, collapsed into itself, only blackened posts marking where it had stood. The meditation halls, the dormitories, the library, all reduced to ash and charred timber. The great Buddha statue somehow survived, its bronze body stained with smoke but structurally intact, sitting in judgment over the destruction. The number of dead was never precisely determined. Some died fighting, some died in the fires, trapped in buildings or overcome by smoke. Some died in the chaos of evacuation, trampled or struck by falling debris. The number was not enormous by battlefield standards, perhaps 50 or 60 men, but in a religious community, it felt like genocide, a deliberate assault on the possibility of peace. Junsei would live another 20 years, working to rebuild Kofukuji, seeing the temple rise again from its ashes. But something had changed that night. Some fundamental belief in the safety of religious institutions, in the boundaries that should limit conflict even in violent times. If temples could attack each other with such viciousness, if the Buddhist principle of non-harm could be so completely abandoned when institutional interests demanded it, then what meaning did Buddhism retain? He never found a satisfying answer to that question. He continued his work because work was what he knew, but the certainty he had felt in his earlier years never returned. The fire had burned more than buildings. It had burned away the illusion that the warrior monks were anything other than warriors. 3 things beyond imperial control. Emperor Shirakawa was 19 years old when he ascended the throne in 1072 AD, and by most accounts he was a capable ruler, intelligent and conscientious, taking seriously the ceremonial duties that defined the imperial role, even as real political power resided increasingly with the Fujiwara clan of regents. He maintained proper rituals. He appointed officials according to established procedures. He navigated court politics with reasonable skill. He was, in short, exactly what an emperor should be, given the limited scope of actual authority the position commanded. But even emperors had limits. and Shirakawa knew his. The famous quote attributed to him about the three things beyond his control reflected not personal weakness, but structural reality. Understanding those three things meant understanding how power actually functioned in late Heian Japan, and why the warrior monks occupied such a unique and troubling position. The fall of dice represented pure chance, fortune operating without human influence. Gambling was popular among all social classes, from nobles betting on elaborate games to commoners throwing dice in street corners. The randomness appealed and frustrated equally, offering hope of sudden wealth while defying any attempt at control. An emperor could command armies, at least in theory. He could issue decrees that altered law, but he could not command dice to fall favourably. The admission of this limitation was actually a statement of wisdom, recognizing that some aspects of existence remained outside political authority. The Kamo River, flowing through the heart of Kyoto, flooded regularly despite all attempts at flood control. Engineers built channels and levees. Workers dredged the riverbed to increase capacity. Prayers were offered to appease the river's kami. Nothing prevented the inevitable floods that came during heavy rains, when the river would overflow its banks, inundating neighborhoods, destroying property, sometimes drowning residents too slow to evacuate. The river followed its own logic, responding to rainfall and geography and the fundamental physics of water flow. Political power meant nothing to water. The river would flood when conditions warranted flooding, and no imperial decree could change that. These first two were almost literary conceits, proverbial expressions of natural limits, but the third thing, the mountain monks, was not metaphorical. It was a concrete political problem that confronted Shirakawa's government repeatedly throughout his reign, and unlike dice or rivers, the monks were human actors making conscious choices. That they could be placed in the same category as random chance and natural forces revealed something profound about power's limits. The warrior monks could not be controlled through conventional means. Military force was theoretically available. The court maintained palace guards. Provincial governors commanded local forces. The great samurai clans could be mobilized through alliance and obligation. If the emperor truly wanted to destroy Mount Hiei, if he committed all available resources to the task, he could probably accomplish it through sufficient application of violence, but the costs made such action impossible. Attacking Mount Hiei meant attacking sacred space, committing sacrilege on an enormous scale. The spiritual pollution would contaminate the attackers, their commanders, and ultimately the emperor who ordered the assault. This was not superstition that could be dismissed, but fundamental worldview, belief structure so deeply embedded that even skeptics could not quite shake free of it. The kami would be angered, the Buddha would be offended, cosmic consequences would follow, manifesting as natural disasters, disease, or political collapse. Even setting aside spiritual concerns, the practical obstacles were immense. Mount Hiei's terrain made direct assault nearly suicidal. Any attacking force would suffer enormous casualties, fighting uphill against prepared positions. The mountain's vast extent meant that even successful assault on one area left dozens of other temple complexes intact. The warrior monks could disperse into the forest, wage guerrilla warfare, make the mountain ungovernable. Victory, if achievable at all, would require resources the government could not spare and time measured in years. More fundamentally, attacking major temples meant alienating a significant portion of the aristocracy. Many court families had younger sons serving as monks at Enryakuji or other major institutions. Many families relied on temples for religious services, for education of their children, for burial rites and ancestral veneration. A full-scale war against temples would split court factions, potentially triggering civil conflict that made the temple problem seem minor by comparison. So the warrior monks remained beyond imperial control, not because the emperor lacked technical authority over them, but because the costs of exercising that authority exceeded any benefits. They existed in a strange liminal space, neither fully independent nor truly subject to government oversight. They paid no taxes. They answered to no secular officials. They maintained private armies. They interfered in politics routinely. And the government could do nothing but negotiate and occasionally surrender. Shirakawa's quote, whether he actually spoke those exact words or whether later chroniclers invented them, captured this reality perfectly. The dice, the river, and the mountain monks all represented forces that operated according to their own logic, indifferent to imperial will. That a human institution could be placed alongside natural forces said everything about how thoroughly the warrior monks had escaped normal governance structures. The quote would outlive Shirakawa, becoming part of Japanese historical memory, shorthand for the unique problem the Sohei represented. Later emperors would reference it ruefully when facing their own temple crises. Historians would cite it when explaining the weakness of central authority in the period, and the warrior monks themselves would hear it with satisfaction, recognizing that even the highest secular power had acknowledged their autonomy, had admitted publicly that the mountain would not kneel, that the empire's authority ended where the temple gates began. This admission of powerlessness contained its own danger. Of course, if the government truly could not control the temples, if the warrior monks recognized no limits to their ambitions, then nothing prevented escalation. And in the decades following Shirakawa's reign, escalation came. Temples pushing their advantages further, conflicts growing more violent, the fragile equilibrium between religious and secular authority breaking down entirely. Masters of chaos, the warrior monks did not simply react to government decisions, they actively shaped politics, manipulating court factions, engineering crises, creating chaos that could be exploited for institutional gain. This political sophistication separated the major temples, particularly Enryaku-ji, from mere military forces. They were not just fighters but strategists, operating at the highest levels of power. The fundamental source of their influence was information. Temples maintained networks of contacts throughout the aristocracy. Younger sons of noble families who became monks retained connections to their birth families, learning court gossip, understanding political alignments, reporting back to temple leadership. Temple administrators who managed provincial estates dealt regularly with government officials, developing relationships that provided insight into bureaucratic decisions. Priests who performed religious services for aristocratic families observed household dynamics, overheard conversations, noted who allied with whom. This intelligence gathering allowed temples to identify opportunities for intervention. When succession disputes arose within the imperial family, temples learned about the competing factions early, could assess which candidate to support based on promises of future patronage. When court nobles feuded over appointments or property, temples understood the underlying issues and could offer support to favoured parties. The temples functioned like intelligence agencies, accumulating knowledge that gave them advantage in political manoeuvring. They also cultivated relationships deliberately, creating obligations that could later be called in. When nobles needed religious services for important occasions, births or weddings or funerals, temples provided them at reduced cost or even free, establishing debt. When court officials sought education for their children, temples offered excellent instruction, ensuring the next generation remembered which institution had shaped them. When families needed prayers for sick relatives or for success in ventures, temples performed elaborate rituals, linking their spiritual services to worldly outcomes. These accumulated obligations created leverage. A noble who had relied on temple services for decades could not easily oppose that temple's political interests. His family's connection to the institution, his children educated there, his ancestors' memorial services performed there, all these ties constrained his freedom to act against temple preferences. Multiply this across dozens of aristocratic families, and you created a web of influence that permeated court politics. The temples excelled at exploiting succession crises, those moments when imperial or noble lineages faced questions about inheritance. Japanese succession was rarely straightforward. Multiple wives and concubines produced multiple potential heirs. Questions of legitimacy, of proper procedure, of which son best embodied necessary virtues. All these created opportunities for dispute. Temples would identify candidates likely to be sympathetic to their interests and throw support behind them. Not just verbal support, but the implicit threat or promise of mobilizing thousands of warrior monks. A famous case from 1086 AD illustrates the technique. Emperor Shirakawa, who had reigned for 14 years, prepared to abdicate in favor of his son. This was normal procedure. Emperors often retired early to reduce the burden of ceremonial duties while maintaining influence from behind the scenes. But questions arose about which regents and ministers would serve the new emperor. Different court factions supported different candidates for key positions. The dispute threatened to delay or complicate the succession. Enryaku-ji intervened, announcing support for candidates favorable to temple interests. They made no direct threats, but everyone understood the implication. The candidates Enryaku-ji supported would receive temple backing if their appointments were challenged. Candidates the temple opposed might find themselves facing thousands of armed monks if they attempted to assume office. The court, rather than risk confrontation during a sensitive transition, appointed the temple's preferred choices. The succession proceeded smoothly, and Enryaku-ji gained officials who would be sympathetic to future temple petitions. This was influence without obvious coercion, power exercised through the mere possibility of intervention. The temples rarely needed to actually deploy force, because the threat alone reshaped decision-making. Ministers learned to check temple preferences before making appointments. Nobles consulted with temple leadership before proposing controversial policies. The government operated with constant awareness that certain actions would trigger temple response, and that awareness constrained government initiative as effectively as actual opposition. The temples also mastered the art of creating artificial crises that could be resolved through concessions. They would identify minor grievances, perhaps an appointment that technically infringed on traditional temple prerogatives, or an estate boundary dispute that involved relatively little actual property. Then they would elevate the grievance to crisis status, mobilizing forces, threatening extreme action, making demands. The government, faced with what appeared to be serious conflict, would negotiate settlement. The temple would accept concessions that were disproportionate to the actual grievance, gaining significant advantages by manufacturing urgency around minor issues. One particularly sophisticated tactic involved coordinating with court factions to create pincer movements. A temple would identify a minister or official they wanted removed or weakened. They would then make contact with that official's rivals within the court, nobles who had their own reasons for wanting him gone. The temple would launch a public campaign against the target, forcing him to defend against religious opposition while simultaneously facing political attacks from his internal enemies. Caught between external and internal pressure, isolated and vulnerable, the target would often fall, his position awarded to someone more sympathetic to both the temple and their internal allies. The temples also proved adept at playing rival institutions against each other. When the government tried to use one temple to check another, perhaps offering Kofukuji advantages to counterbalance Enryakuji's power, the temples would sometimes cooperate against the common threat. They recognized that government's primary strategy was divide and rule, weakening temples by encouraging their mutual rivalries. Occasional coordination between temples, temporary truces during which they jointly opposed government initiatives, kept the court from fully exploiting inter-temple conflicts. But the most effective power the temples wielded was negative power, the ability to prevent action rather than compel it. The government learned that certain reforms, no matter how beneficial, could not be implemented if temples opposed them. Tax reforms that would have affected temple lands never progressed past proposal stage. Administrative reorganizations that would have reduced temple autonomy died in committee. Legal changes that would have clarified temple obligations in ways disadvantageous to temples never became law. The temples did not need to propose alternatives. They simply had to say no, to make clear that certain policies would trigger crisis, and those policies would quietly disappear. This created a kind of political paralysis. The government could not fundamentally reform institutions that clearly needed reforming because temples blocked reform. The temples grew wealthier and more powerful, while the government's resources and authority eroded. Every crisis that ended in government concession established precedent for the next crisis. Every successful forced march made the next one easier to organize and harder to resist. The equilibrium was unstable, unsustainable, moving toward inevitable crisis, but in the short term it worked magnificently for the temples. By the mid-12th century AD, the major temples functioned essentially as independent powers within the Japanese political system. They taxed their lands without government interference. They administered justice in their territories according to their own codes. They maintained military forces larger than many provincial governors commanded. They intervened in imperial succession and ministerial appointments. They had achieved a level of autonomy that made the distinction between religious institution and feudal domain almost meaningless. And they had done it not through military conquest, though military power enabled it, but through political sophistication, through understanding how power actually functioned in Heian Japan, and exploiting every vulnerability in the system. They were masters of chaos, not creating random disorder, but strategic disruption that advanced their interests. The government remained nominally supreme, but in practice, the temples had carved out spheres of influence, where their word carried more weight than any imperial decree. This was the height of Sohei power, the moment when warrior monks seemed invincible, when even emperors admitted their inability to control the mountain. But height implies the possibility of falling, and forces were gathering, changes occurring in Japanese society that would eventually challenge temple dominance in ways the court never could. You stand at the Sanmon Gate. You are 23 years old, a minor samurai in service to the Fujiwara clan, and you have been given an impossible task. Your lord requires a message delivered to Enryakuji's abbot, some delicate negotiation about property rights that might prevent the next forced march. You are expendable, which is why you receive this assignment. If the mission fails, if the warrior monks take offense at the message, or its messenger, well, your family will receive condolences and a small pension. You understand this. You came anyway, because refusing would have been worse than death. The approach to Mount Hiei takes half a day from Kyoto, following a path that grows progressively steeper as you climb. The lower slopes show evidence of civilization, small shrines and way stations, pilgrims' paths that wind through forest. But as you ascend, the forest closes in, cryptomeria and cypress growing densely, blocking sunlight, turning midday into permanent twilight. The temperature drops. Mist clings to everything, moisture that never fully evaporates, leaving your clothes damp and your skin clammy. You hear the temple before you see it. Bells ring in the distance, their sound reaching you through the trees, echoing strangely in the fog. Chanting drifts down from above, hundreds of voices producing a drone that seems less human than environmental, like wind or running water. A sound the mountain itself makes. The path becomes stairs, rough-cut stone, worn smooth by centuries of feet, climbing at an angle that makes your legs burn after the first 100 steps. Then the first buildings appear through the mist, wooden structures emerging from fog like ships appearing through storm. These are subsidiary temples, smaller halls that mark the outer boundary of the main complex. You see no one, but you feel watched. You are certain eyes observe from windows, from shadows between buildings, assessing this stranger climbing towards sacred ground. The Sanmon Gate rises ahead of you, massive and intimidating. 2 stories of curved roofs and elaborate supports, painted in reds and blacks that have faded to more subdued tones under centuries of weather. The gate serves no defensive purpose in the military sense. It has no doors, standing completely open, anyone could walk through. But it marks a boundary more absolute than any wall, the point where secular authority ends and temple sovereignty begins. You stand before it, knowing that crossing this threshold places you under temple law, that the government's ability to protect you stops exactly here. You see them now, warrior monks stationed near the gate, watching you with expressions that reveal nothing. They wear the robes, saffron and black, heads shaved, but they carry naginata, the weapons held casually but ready. One of them is sharpening a blade, the whetstone, making rhythmic scraping sounds, his movements unhurried and practiced. Another leans against a post, arms crossed, his posture relaxed but his attention focused entirely on you. You count 5 within immediate view, but movement in the buildings behind them suggests many more nearby. You announce yourself, giving your name and family, explaining that you carry a message for the abbot from your lord. Your voice sounds thin in the mountain air, inadequate to the situation. The monks confer briefly among themselves, too quietly for you to hear. Then one gestures for you to follow, not speaking, simply turning and walking through the gate. You follow because there is nothing else to do. The path beyond the gate climbs further, passing between more buildings, each larger and more elaborate than the last. You glimpse meditation halls through gaps in the fog, their interiors dark, candlelight flickering somewhere within. You pass practice grounds, where monks work with weapons, the sounds of combat training, incongruous next to buildings dedicated to prayer. The juxtaposition disturbs you, not because it is unfamiliar, you have heard stories all your life, but because seeing it directly makes the contradiction visceral. These men pray to the Buddha and train to kill with equal dedication, moving between the activities without apparent dissonance. Your guide leads you to an administrative building, larger than the others, multiple stories rising into the mist. He indicates you should wait outside. You stand there, trying not to look as nervous as you feel, while monks pass by on various errands. Some glance at you with curiosity. Others ignore you completely. You are acutely aware of your sword, the katana at your waist, that marks you as samurai, that represents your family's status and honor. Here, in this place, it feels like a toy, inadequate against the numbers surrounding you. Time passes. You have no idea how long. The mist makes judging the sun's position impossible, and your sense of duration becomes unreliable. You hear more chanting from inside the building, prayers that continue regardless of your presence. You hear footsteps, conversations, in voices too low to distinguish words. You wait. Finally, the monk returns, gestures again for you to follow. You enter the building, removing your sandals, walking in tabby socks on polished wooden floors that show decades of careful maintenance. The interior is dim, lit only by occasional lamps, the wood dark with age and smoke staining. You smell incense, sandalwood, and something else you cannot identify. A complex scent that seems to emanate from the building itself. The abbot receives you in a formal room, elevated slightly on a platform, sitting in the Caesar position with perfect posture. He is older than you expected, perhaps 60 years. His face deeply lined, but his eyes sharp and attentive. He wears elaborate robes that indicate his status, silk rather than cotton, though the style remains modest by noble standards. Other monks kneel nearby, advisors or scribes, witnesses to whatever happens next. You present your message, kneeling formally, speaking the words your lord gave you, explaining the Fujiwara position on the property dispute, offering compromise that you hope will satisfy temple concerns. You keep your eyes respectfully lowered, watching the floor rather than the abbot's face, following protocol even as your heart pounds. The message itself is reasonable, fair even, offering concessions that acknowledge temple interests while protecting Fujiwara claims. You pray it will be enough. The abbot listens without interrupting. When you finish, silence extends for several breaths. Then he speaks, his voice quiet but carrying weight, explaining the temple's position with precision that makes clear he has studied the issue thoroughly. He acknowledges the Fujiwara offer. He notes the concessions. Then he states, calmly and without apparent hostility, that the concessions are insufficient, that the temple's minimum requirements exceed what your lord proposes. You expected this. You carry authorization to negotiate, to offer more if the initial position proves inadequate. You present the enhanced offer, your lord's actual bottom line. More land, more rights, more acknowledgement of temple prerogatives. You explain this as your lord's final position, the limit of what can be offered. The abbot considers. He glances at his advisors, some silent communication passing between them. Then he nods. He accepts the enhanced offer with one additional condition, a minor point that costs little but establishes that the temple dictated final terms. You agree because you have no choice, and because the condition is genuinely minor. The negotiation is complete. You have succeeded, though success feels less like victory than like having escaped disaster. The return to Kyoto passes in a blur of relief and exhausted tension. You carry the abbot's formal acceptance, written on fine paper, sealed with the temple's mark. Your lord will be satisfied. The forced march will not happen this season. The crisis is deferred, not resolved, but deferral counts as success in situations like this. You have done your duty and survived. And survival is victory enough. But as you descend from the mountain, as the forest opens up and the air warms, and the capital comes into view below, you cannot shake the memory of standing at that gate, of crossing into territory where your status meant nothing, where thousands of armed monks followed rules you did not fully understand, where the government's authority simply ended. You understand now, in a way you could not before visiting Mount Hiei, why emperors cannot control the mountain monks. It is not weakness or lack of will. It is the simple reality that the mountain has become its own world, operating by its own logic, acknowledging no superior. You serve the Fujiwara clan, powerful nobles with ancient lineage, but the warrior monks serve only themselves and their vision of Dharma, and that makes them more dangerous than any army. The great temple rivalries. The warrior monks fought many enemies, government officials who tried to curtail their power, provincial lords who disputed their land claims, bandits who raided their estates. But their most bitter conflicts, the wars that burned hottest and lasted longest, were with each other. Temple rivalries consumed the Sohei for centuries, producing violence that dwarfed their conflicts with secular authorities, revealing that the greatest threat to Buddhist institutions came not from outside, but from within. The rivalry between Enryaku-ji and Midera was the oldest and most venomous, originating in disputes that predated the warrior monks entirely. Both temples belonged to the Tendai school of Buddhism, sharing doctrinal foundations, but they had split over questions of succession and authority in the 9th century AD. The split concerned which lineage had legitimate claim to lead Tendai Buddhism in Japan, which teachers represented authentic transmission of the teachings. These were religious questions, but they quickly became territorial and political, each temple claiming authority over subsidiary institutions, each accumulating estates that brought wealth and power. By the 11th century AD, when both temples had developed significant military capabilities, their ancient rivalry exploded into periodic warfare. The conflicts followed a cycle. One temple would encroach on territory or prerogatives the other claimed. Protests would escalate to threats. Attempts at court mediation would fail because both temples commanded too much influence for the court to rule decisively against either. Eventually, one side would attack. Buildings would burn. Monks would die. The cycle would quiet for a few years, then begin again. The burning of Midera in 1081 AD was particularly catastrophic. Enryakuji forces descended from Mount Hiei in overwhelming numbers, attacking not during some escalated dispute but almost preemptively, striking before Midera could rally support or organize defense. They torched buildings systematically, targeting not just military structures but meditation halls and libraries, destroying centuries of accumulated religious texts and artwork. The attack announced that Enryakuji recognized no limits in dealing with its rival, that shared Buddhist identity meant nothing when institutional interests conflicted. Midera rebuilt, as it always did. Its location near Lake Biwa provided natural defenses and economic advantages. Its connections to aristocratic families ensured patronage for reconstruction. Within a decade, the temple had recovered physically, though the psychological scars remained. Every Midera monk who survived the burning carried memories of that night, passed those memories to younger generations, perpetuating hatred that would outlast everyone who experienced the original attack. The rivalry between Enryakuji and Kofukuji operated differently. Kofukuji, in Nara, represented the older Buddhist establishment, temples that predated Mount Hiei by centuries, institutions with deep roots in Japanese religious history. When Enryakuji rose to prominence in the Heian period, it implicitly challenged Kofukuji's status as Japan's premier Buddhist institution. The challenge was not initially military, but about imperial patronage, about which temples received the most generous land grants, whose abbots were appointed to the most prestigious positions. Competition for patronage produced economic rivalry, each temple trying to accumulate more estates, more control over provinces, more resources that could fund expansion and support larger monastic populations. This competition sometimes turned violent, though less frequently than the Enryakuji-Midera conflict. Both institutions were too powerful for either to realistically hope for complete victory. Instead, they settled into Cold War, periodic skirmishes and proxy conflicts, both maintaining massive military capabilities, primarily to deter the other from direct assault. Other temples developed their own rivalries. Hongan-ji and Ishiyama-dera fought over water rights and provincial influence. Todai-ji and Kofukuji, both in Nara, competed despite their proximity or perhaps because of it. Regional temples aligned with one or another of the major institutions, creating networks of alliance that transformed local disputes into system-wide conflicts. These rivalries revealed something troubling about the warrior-monk phenomenon. When temples fought secular authorities, they could claim they were defending Buddhism against worldly power, protecting the Dharma from government interference. But when temples fought each other, when Tendai monks killed Tendai monks, when Buddhist institutions destroyed Buddhist institutions, such justifications rang hollow. The conflicts exposed the degree to which institutional self-interest had overwhelmed religious purpose, how far the great temples had strayed from anything resembling the Buddha's original teaching. The violence between temples also tended to be more brutal than violence against secular opponents. Samurai fought according to certain codes, showing respect to worthy opponents, offering prisoners the option of honorable death. The warrior monks showed no such consideration to monks from rival temples. Captured enemies were sometimes executed publicly, their bodies displayed as warnings. Sacred objects from defeated temples were destroyed rather than preserved. The message was clear. We acknowledge no brotherhood with you, no shared religious identity. Your enemies absolute, deserving no mercy, warranting total destruction. The court occasionally tried to mediate these conflicts, seeking to restore peace between temples, both from genuine concern about religious institutions destroying each other, and from self-interested recognition that temple warfare disrupted the entire political system. But mediation rarely succeeded because both sides understood that court rulings lacked enforcement mechanisms. A temple could accept an unfavorable ruling or reject it and face the consequences. But the consequences were rarely severe enough to compel obedience. The court could not attack one major temple without emboldening its rivals, risking a situation where the government's actions triggered the very temple wars it sought to prevent. The paradox was that these rivalries simultaneously weakened and strengthened the temples as a class. They weakened individual institutions through the destruction and resource drain that warfare required, but they strengthened temples collectively by demonstrating their independence from secular authority. Every temple war that the court failed to stop proved that temples operated outside government control, that they were effectively sovereign powers within their spheres, that the empire's claim to universal authority was fiction in any region where temple power was strong. By the mid-12th century AD, Japan had essentially fractured into multiple centers of power: the imperial court in Kyoto, the great temples on their mountains, and increasingly the provincial warrior clans who controlled land through direct military force. The political system that had existed in earlier centuries, with the court exercising at least nominal authority over religious and secular affairs, had broken down completely. The warrior monks were not the only cause of this breakdown, but they were a major factor. Their refusal to submit to secular authority, having established precedent that emboldened other groups to resist centralization. And in their rivalries, in their willingness to burn each other's temples and kill each other's monks, they demonstrated that institutional Buddhism had lost whatever moral authority might have checked their ambitions. They were no longer primarily religious institutions that happened to wield military power. They were military powers that happened to maintain religious practices. The transformation was complete. The burning of Midera. The fires started before midnight on the 14th day of the 7th month of 1135 AD. Later accounts would emphasize the systematicness of it, how the Enryakuji forces seemed to know exactly which buildings to target, which paths would allow them to penetrate deep into Midera's complex before defenders could organize. The attack was not spontaneous rage, but planned operation, military campaign disguised as religious conflict, the work of professionals executing a strategy designed for maximum destruction. The immediate cause was another in the endless succession of disputes between the two temples, this time concerning which institution had authority to ordain monks in certain provinces. The doctrinal details hardly mattered. What mattered was that the dispute represented a challenge to Enryakuji's claimed supremacy within Tendai Buddhism, and Enryakuji had decided that challenges required dramatic response. 3,000 warrior monks descended from Mount Hiei, not all at once but in coordinated waves, arriving from different directions to prevent Midera from concentrating its defenders. The first wave reached the outer buildings just as evening services concluded, when monks were dispersed throughout the complex, when darkness would prevent coordinated response. They came with torches already lit, with naginata ready, moving with the confidence of men who had trained for exactly this operation. The main hall, the kondo, where Midera's most sacred objects resided, went up first. Flames engulfed the building's roof within minutes of the torches being thrown, the cedar shingles burning with an intensity that turned night to day, casting shadows that danced and shifted as the fire grew. Inside, the great Buddha statue sat in judgment, bronze unable to burn but the wooden framework around it collapsing, bringing down the roof in a cascade of burning timber. Midera's warrior monks rushed to mount defense, but confusion undermined their efforts. Alarm bells rang from multiple locations, each claiming attack from a different direction. Monks armed themselves and rushed toward perceived threats, only to find that the real attack was happening elsewhere. The Enryakuji forces had studied their enemy well, knew how Midera would respond, had planned their assault to exploit that knowledge. Fighting broke out at the main gates. Midera defenders trying to hold choke points, preventing the attackers from reaching deeper into the complex. Bodies fell quickly on both sides, naginata against naginata, the close quarters making finesse irrelevant, only strength and numbers mattering. The Midera forces fought desperately, defending their home. But they were outnumbered and caught off guard, their discipline breaking as different groups lost communication with each other, fragmenting into isolated pockets of resistance. The library burned next, 400 years of accumulated texts going up in flames, sutras and commentaries and historical records, irreplaceable knowledge converted to ash in minutes. Monks made desperate attempts to save scrolls, running into burning buildings to grab what they could, some dying in the attempt, overcome by smoke or trapped by collapsing structures. The few texts they rescued represented a tiny fraction of what was lost, tokens of a wealth of knowledge that could never be fully recovered. The residential halls burned, the administrative buildings burned, the smaller meditation halls scattered throughout the complex burned. By the time dawn approached, over half of Midera's structures had been destroyed or damaged beyond use. The death toll numbered in the dozens, perhaps more, the exact count impossible to determine because some bodies were burned beyond identification, because some monks had fled into the surrounding countryside and were never accounted for. The Enryaku-ji forces withdrew before dawn, not from defeat but from mission accomplished. They had demonstrated their power. They had punished Midera for its challenge. They had sent a message to any other institution that might consider opposing Mount Hiei's authority. The message was received. Throughout the temple networks of Japan, abbots and administrators understood that Enryaku-ji would go to any length to maintain its dominance, that no shared Buddhist identity would protect rivals who pushed too far. The court issued condemnations, of course. The emperor expressed regret at the violence. Ministers called for investigations, but everyone understood these were empty gestures. No one from Enryaku-ji would be punished. No compensation would be paid to Midera. The attack would have no consequences for the perpetrators, because consequences required enforcement mechanisms that did not exist. Midera began rebuilding immediately, supported by aristocratic patrons who could not abandon such an important religious institution. But the rebuilding would take decades, and during that time, Midera's influence waned considerably. The burning had achieved its purpose, the rival had been humbled, its power reduced, its challenge to Enryaku-ji's supremacy effectively crushed, and the burning established precedent for the conflicts to come, demonstrating that temple warfare had reached a level of intensity previously unimaginable, that institutions supposedly dedicated to peace and enlightenment would employ total war against each other without hesitation or remorse. At the height of their power, in the middle decades of the 12th century AD, the warrior monks seemed invincible. Enryaku-ji commanded effective veto power over major court decisions. Kofuku-ji controlled vast territories in central Japan. Smaller temples throughout the provinces maintained their own military forces, their own spheres of influence. The government had essentially given up trying to control religious institutions through any means other than negotiation and appeasement. The temple's economic power had reached staggering levels. Major institutions collected rice from thousands of estates, far more than needed to support their monastic populations. They loaned money to nobles and merchants, collecting interest that Buddhist doctrine technically prohibited, but which practical necessity demanded. They operated shops and markets on their grounds, taking percentages of every transaction. Some temples even issued their own currency, tokens that circulated in surrounding regions as reliable medium of exchange. Their political influence extended into every aspect of government. Abbots advised emperors on spiritual and temporal matters. Temple representatives attended court councils, offering opinions on appointments and policies. When succession disputes arose, temple support often proved decisive. The major temples had become stakeholders in the Japanese political system, powers that any faction seeking advancement had to court, and any ruler had to accommodate. Militarily, the temples collectively fielded forces that dwarfed government capabilities, and Ryakuji alone could mobilize 10,000 armed monks. The combined strength of all major temples represented the largest organized military force in Japan. Professional samurai were individually better trained, but numbers and organization gave temples advantages that individual prowess could not overcome. Culturally, the temples remained centers of learning and art despite their militarization. The finest scribes worked in temple scriptoriums. The best architects designed temple buildings. Poets and scholars sought temple patronage. The contradiction between military might and cultural achievement defined the institutions, creating spaces where violence and refinement coexisted, where men could study philosophy in the morning and practice killing in the afternoon. But height implies the possibility of falling, and several developments were undermining the foundations of temple power even at its apex. The rise of professional samurai clans, particularly the Taira and Minamoto, created military forces that operated according to different logic than temple militias. These warriors fought for personal loyalty and land rights, answering to clan leaders who maintained discipline through hierarchy rather than consensus. They were becoming a warrior class, in the full sense, hereditary soldiers whose entire identity centered on martial prowess. Economic changes were also shifting power dynamics. As the Shun estate system became more complex, as land management required increasingly sophisticated administration, temples found themselves competing with secular lords who could offer better protection and more efficient governance. The temple's tax exemptions, once significant advantages, meant less when the government's taxation capacity was declining generally. Their wealth remained enormous, but the rate of growth was slowing, and perhaps most significantly, the temple's reputation was declining among the population, whose support ultimately mattered. Stories of temple violence, of monks killing monks, of sacred institutions behaving like warlords, these stories undermined the religious legitimacy that was the temple's greatest asset. People still attended temples, still sought religious services, but the reverence was fading, being replaced by fear and cynical accommodation. The warrior monks had reached a position where they could not advance further without triggering responses that would threaten their gains. They controlled as much as could be controlled through intimidation and force. Any attempt to grasp more would finally provoke the kind of unified resistance they had always avoided. They were trapped at the peak, unable to climb higher, not yet falling but no longer rising, and far to the north, in provinces distant from Kyoto's court politics, a new kind of warrior was emerging. Men who would eventually break the temple's power, not through frontal assault, but by creating an entirely new political order, in which temple autonomy had no place. Twilight, on Mount Hiei. The sun descends toward the western horizon, its light filtering through ancient cryptomeria, painting the temple complex in shades of gold and amber. The mist that cloaked everything during morning has burned away, leaving the air clear and still, sounds carrying with unusual sharpness across the mountain slopes. Evening settles gently, bringing coolness that is relief after the day's warmth, promising the comfortable chill that will deepen as night progresses. The bells ring for evening prayers, their tones measured and calm, calling monks to the final service of the day, inviting contemplation as the light fades. The sound carries across the entire mountain, reaching the remotest sub-temples, calling everyone to the same ritual regardless of rank or duty. The bells ring, and the mountain listens, forests and buildings, and the men who dwell here, all pausing to acknowledge the day's ending. Smoke rises from kitchen buildings, thin columns ascending straight in the still air, carrying the smell of cooking rice, simple food prepared for simple needs. Lamps begin to glow in windows, oil flames protected behind paper screens, creating warm light that contrasts with the cooling evening. The illumination spreads gradually as more lamps are lit, dots of light appearing throughout the complex, marking human presence against the darkening forest. The chanting begins, voices joining in the main hall, the sound of evening sutras drifting through open sides of the building, flowing down paths and between structures, filling spaces with ancient syllables. The rhythm is slower than morning's urgency, more contemplative, recognizing the day's end, preparing minds for rest and renewal. The words speak of impermanence, of suffering's cause and suffering's end, of the path toward enlightenment that all may walk if they choose. In the practice grounds, weapons are being stored for the night. Naginata return to racks, bows unstrung and carefully wrapped. The day's training is complete. Tomorrow will bring more of the same, the endless repetition that builds skill through accumulated effort. But now is time for rest, for the body to recover, for muscles to repair themselves, for the mind to process what was learned through physical exertion. Birds settle in the trees, crows and smaller species, whose names are known only to those who study such things. Their evening calls create a soundscape distinct from day's noise, quieter but not silent, marking the transition between light and dark. Insects begin their nightly chorus, cicadas giving way to crickets, sound changing character as different creatures claim ownership of the hours. The pathways between buildings grow shadowed, pools of darkness forming where lamplight cannot reach. Monks hurry to complete evening tasks before full darkness arrives, carrying water from wells, closing shutters against the cooling air, preparing sleeping quarters for the night ahead. The bustling has purpose but lacks urgency. This is familiar work, performed countless times, ritual of daily maintenance that sustains the community. Above, the first stars appear in a sky turning from blue to indigo. The constellations that guided sailors appear one by one, their patterns unchanging across centuries, their light having travelled vast distances to reach this mountain. This moment, the monks who notice them see the same stars their predecessors saw when these temples were first built, the same stars that will shine long after the current generation has passed into memory. The temperature continues dropping, the mountain's elevation making itself felt as warmth escapes into the atmosphere. Those still outside feel the change, welcome it as signal that sleep will be comfortable, that the night will bring rest and restoration. Inside buildings, men prepare their sleeping mats, spreading thin blankets, settling into spaces they have claimed through long residence. The last prayers fade. The final lamps are extinguished in common areas, darkness reclaiming spaces that briefly held light. A few lights remain burning through the night, watch fires tended by those assigned to keep vigil to ensure that disaster does not catch the mountain sleeping. But these are small lights, tokens against the vast darkness that surrounds the mountain, that presses in from the forest, that rises from the valleys below. Silence settles gradually, not absolute silence, but the quiet of a community at rest, punctuated by occasional sounds, a cough from a distant building, footsteps on a walkway, voices murmuring briefly then fading. These sounds affirm that life continues, that the mountain still breathes, that tomorrow will bring renewal of the cycle, bells and prayers and training and all the contradictions that define this place. The mountain sleeps, holding within itself thousands of lives, countless stories, the accumulated weight of centuries. And in that sleep, it dreams perhaps of what it was, of what it has become, of what it might yet be when morning comes and the cycle begins again. Seeds of downfall. But even at the height of their power, careful observers could identify vulnerabilities in the warrior monk's position. The very sources of their strength contain the seeds of eventual weakness. Their autonomy made them powerful, but it also isolated them from broader social changes. Their wealth attracted envy and resentment. Their violence alienated populations who might otherwise support them. And most critically, their success had created an equilibrium that could only be maintained through constant vigilance and force, an exhausting position that could not be sustained indefinitely. The rise of the samurai class represented the most significant threat, though few recognized it at the time. The warrior families consolidating power in the provinces operated differently than temple militias. They fought as a profession, as an inherited identity, developing martial traditions that emphasized individual excellence and tactical innovation, while the warrior monks remained essentially militia forces, mobilized when needed but primarily focused on religious or administrative duties. The samurai were becoming full-time soldiers whose entire existence centered on warfare. This professionalization created a skill gap that numbers could not fully compensate for. A single skilled samurai could defeat multiple warrior monks in individual combat. Samurai cavalry could maneuver around temple formations, exploiting mobility advantages. Samurai archers, trained from childhood, shot with accuracy that temple forces could rarely match. The warrior monks retained advantages of position and numbers, but these advantages were eroding as samurai capabilities improved. Economic changes also threatened temple power. The Shuna state system that funded the temples was becoming increasingly unstable. Provincial warriors were usurping direct control of estates, ignoring claims by distant religious institutions. The government's declining ability to enforce property rights meant that temple lands, legally owned but physically distant, became vulnerable to seizure by local strongmen. Temples could still defend properties near their main complexes, but holdings scattered across provinces were slipping away. The temple's reputation for violence was also becoming a liability. For decades, the population had tolerated warrior monks as a strange but necessary part of the social order. But as temple conflicts intensified, as civilian casualties mounted, as burning temples became routine rather than shocking, public opinion shifted. The warrior monks were increasingly seen not as religious figures who reluctantly took up arms, but as thugs in religious clothing. Men who had abandoned Buddhist principles entirely in pursuit of worldly power. This shift in perception undermined the temple's greatest advantage, their spiritual authority. When people stopped believing that the warrior monks genuinely represented Buddhism, when the distinction between monk and bandit blurred, temples lost the protection that sacred status provided. If they were just another military force competing for power, then they could be opposed, attacked, destroyed without fear of cosmic consequences. Internal corruption also weakened the temples from within. The enormous wealth flowing through major institutions created opportunities for embezzlement and abuse. Temple administrators skimmed funds. Abbots lived in luxury that contradicted monastic vows. Young monks saw their elders accumulating personal wealth while claiming to renounce worldly attachments. The hypocrisy became impossible to ignore, creating cynicism among those who might otherwise devote themselves fully to temple interests. And perhaps most fundamentally, the warrior monks had failed to produce the next generation of committed practitioners. Young men joined temples for many reasons, but genuine religious calling was decreasing among them. They came for security, for status, for opportunity to wield power. They learned to fight more readily than they learned to meditate. They pursued advancement more eagerly than enlightenment. The institutions were hollowing out, maintaining impressive exteriors while losing the internal coherence that had originally justified their existence. The government, though weak, was learning. Court officials studied the temple's tactics, understanding better how to exploit divisions between institutions, how to use one temple against another, how to time concessions and resistance for maximum effect. They could not defeat the temples through direct confrontation, but they were becoming more sophisticated at managing temple power, at containing it within acceptable bounds, at preventing coordination between institutions that might threaten the entire political order. And finally, the temples faced a problem of scale. They had grown so large, controlled so much territory, commanded so many men, that effective management was becoming impossible. Enryakuji's sub-temples operated with considerable autonomy, sometimes pursuing objectives that contradicted the main temple's interests. Different factions within major institutions competed for influence, occasionally violently. The organizational coherence that made temples effective political actors was fragmenting under the weight of their own success. All these weaknesses remained mostly hidden in the mid-12th century AD. The temples still seemed invincible, their power unassailable. But beneath the surface, cracks were forming, pressures building, changes occurring that would eventually shatter the equilibrium. The warrior monks had achieved everything institutions could achieve through force and intimidation. They stood at the peak, and from peaks, there is only one direction to travel, though the descent might take decades or even centuries before reaching bottom. The mountain that would not kneel had forced emperors to acknowledge its power, but mountains do not move, and the world was moving around them, shifting in ways that would make their strength irrelevant, preparing revolutions that would sweep away the old order entirely and create something new in its place. The rise of the warrior clans. The provinces had always been distant from Kyoto, both geographically and politically, while court nobles composed poetry and competed for ceremonial positions. While Buddhist temples accumulated wealth and warrior monks marched on the capital, provincial governors struggled to maintain order in territories where central authority meant little. Bandits raided estates. Local disputes escalated into blood feuds. The infrastructure of roads and communication that tied provinces to the capital slowly decayed, and no one in Kyoto seemed to notice or care. Into this vacuum moved families who possessed what the court and temples lacked: the ability and willingness to use organized violence effectively. These were the samurai clans, warrior families who had spent generations perfecting martial skills, developing codes of conduct that emphasized loyalty and martial excellence, building networks of obligation that tied lesser warriors to greater lords. They were not new. Warrior families had existed for centuries, serving as provincial administrators or military specialists. But by the late 11th century AD, they were transforming from servants of the state into powers in their own right. Two families emerged preeminent above all others. The Taira, descended from imperial princes who had been given surnames and reduced to noble status generations earlier, controlled territories in the west and along the inland sea. They had grown wealthy through maritime trade, collecting taxes on shipping, maintaining fleets that protected commerce, while also enabling piracy when opportunities arose. The Taira were pragmatists who understood power in terms of resources and force, rather than bloodline and ceremony. The Minamoto, also descended from former imperial princes, dominated the eastern provinces, particularly the Kanto region, where tough conditions produced tough warriors. They built their power through military service, leading campaigns against rebellious provinces, earning reputations as fighters of exceptional skill. Where the Taira were merchants who fought, the Minamoto were warriors who occasionally dabbled in administration. Both families would shape Japanese history for centuries, but first, they would tear the country apart. The critical difference between these samurai clans and the warrior monks was professionalism. Samurai were born into warrior families, raised from childhood to fight, inheriting weapons and armor and tactical knowledge accumulated over generations. They trained constantly, not balancing martial practice with religious duties, but devoting themselves entirely to perfecting combat skills. They fought on horseback, using mobility and archery in ways that foot-bound warrior monks could not match. They understood siege warfare, naval combat, logistics, all the complex arts that separated professional soldiers from armed civilians. More importantly, they understood loyalty differently than the temples did. Warrior monks owed allegiance to institutions, to the abstract concept of protecting the Dharma or advancing their temple's interests. But these loyalties were contingent, negotiable, subject to change when circumstances shifted. Samurai loyalty was personal, bonds between lord and vassal that were supposed to transcend self-interest, oaths that bound men to follow their leaders into death itself. This created cohesion that temple militias, always assemblages of individuals with competing motivations, could never achieve. The court initially welcomed samurai power, seeing it as counterbalance to temple autonomy. If warrior clans could maintain order in the provinces, if they could protect estates and enforce government authority where temples ignored it, then perhaps they could be used to check temple ambitions. The government began appointing Taira and Minamoto to military positions, giving them official status and resources, encouraging them to expand their power. This was a catastrophic miscalculation. The government was essentially arming and legitimizing forces that would eventually replace it. The samurai did not see themselves as servants of the court, but as independent powers who happened to accept court appointments when convenient. They were building their own networks of control, their own systems of governance, their own vision of how Japan should be organized, and that vision had no place for either court nobles who claimed authority through bloodline, or Buddhist monks who claimed authority through spiritual superiority. The first major conflict came in 1156 AD, a succession dispute known as the Hongan Rebellion. When competing factions at court both sought military support, they turned not to the temples but to the Taira and Minamoto. The warrior clans chose sides, fought brief but decisive battles, and determined which emperor would reign. The conflict itself was minor, lasting only days, but its implications were enormous. Military power had become the arbiter of political legitimacy. Whoever commanded the strongest warriors controlled the government. A second conflict in 1160 AD, the Heiji Rebellion, saw the Taira emerge victorious over their Minamoto rivals. Taira no Kiyomori, the clan's leader, became the most powerful man in Japan, holding no traditional office that matched his actual authority. He placed family members in key government positions. He married his daughter to the emperor. He accumulated wealth that exceeded the imperial treasury. For the first time in Japanese history, a warrior openly dominated the court, making no pretense that his power derived from anything other than military force. The temples watched these developments with growing unease. They had grown accustomed to being the primary military threat the government faced, to having their power acknowledged and accommodated. Now they found themselves relegated to secondary status. When Taira Kiyomori needed to intimidate the court, he did not worry about temple response. When he made appointments or seized estates, he did not check whether temples objected. He was creating a new political order, and in that order, warrior monks were becoming irrelevant. The temples tried to maintain their position through traditional methods. Enryaku-ji organized forced marches. Kofuku-ji mobilized its warrior monks. They made demands, issued threats, carried sacred mikoshi to the capital. But something had changed. The government, backed by Taira military power, was less responsive to intimidation. When warrior monks appeared at the palace gates, Taira soldiers appeared to confront them. Professional cavalry with no superstitious fear of sacred objects, ready to fight if the monks pushed their demands too far. The confrontations never quite escalated to open battle. The temples recognized that fighting the Taira would be different from intimidating court nobles. These were men who fought for a living, who would not hesitate to kill monks regardless of their religious status, who commanded forces capable of assaulting even Mount Hiei if provoked sufficiently. The equilibrium that had allowed temple power to flourish was breaking down. The temples retained autonomy on their own grounds, kept their wealth and their military forces, but their ability to dictate terms to the government was slipping away. And then, in 1180 AD, the situation deteriorated completely. The Minamoto, defeated but not destroyed in earlier conflicts, rose in rebellion against Taira dominance. The Genpei War had begun, 5 years of nationwide conflict that would transform Japan forever. The that would sweep away the old political order entirely, and that would catch the warrior monks in a trap from which there was no escape. Caught between giants. The declaration of war came from the east, from Minamoto no Yoritomo, son of a Minamoto lord killed in earlier conflicts, a man who had spent years in exile, nursing grievances and building alliances. He raised his standard in 1180 AD, calling on warriors throughout the provinces to reject Taira rule, to overthrow the clan that had usurped authority and restore proper government. The call was less about principle than power, but it found support among provincial warriors who resented Taira dominance, who saw opportunity in the chaos that war would bring. The Taira responded with overwhelming force, mobilizing armies that dwarfed anything the provinces could field. They controlled the capital. They held the emperor, which meant they could claim to act with imperial authority. They commanded wealth accumulated through decades of trade and taxation. They seemed invincible, capable of crushing the rebellion quickly and decisively. But the war did not end quickly. The Minamoto proved resilient, fighting from strongholds in the eastern provinces, using their knowledge of local terrain, exploiting the advantages that defensive warfare provided. Other warrior clans chose sides, some supporting the Taira from loyalty or calculation, others joining the Minamoto from ambition or ancient feuds. The conflict spread across Japan, drawing in everyone with anything to gain or lose, transforming from dynastic dispute to nationwide civil war. The temples faced an impossible choice. Remaining neutral meant accepting irrelevance, acknowledging that the political future would be decided without them. But taking sides risked catastrophic consequences if they chose wrong. The winner would remember who supported them and who opposed them. But we'd tell, the loser would be destroyed, and their supporters destroyed with them. This was not the kind of conflict the temples understood, not a negotiation or standoff where compromise was possible. This was total war, and it would produce total victory for one side and total defeat for the other. Henryaku-ji, after agonized internal debates, decided to support the Minamoto. The reasoning was partly strategic. The Minamoto claimed to oppose Taira usurpation of imperial authority, to fight for restoring traditional government. If that rhetoric had any truth, then Minamoto victory might restore conditions favourable to temple autonomy. But the decision was also personal. Taira Kiyomori had repeatedly dismissed temple petitions, had shown contempt for their sacred status, had made clear that in his vision of Japan, warrior monks had no special privileges. The Minamoto, by contrast, had courted temple support, making promises about respecting religious institutions. Kofukuji made the opposite calculation, supporting the Taira. The Taira controlled the capital and the emperor. They possessed greater resources and professional military forces. They seemed likely to win, and Kofukuji chose to be on the winning side. That this put Kofukuji at odds with Enryakuji added appeal to the decision. If supporting the Taira weakened their ancient rival, so much the better. But the temples quickly discovered they had badly misunderstood the nature of the conflict. The warriors viewed temple support as useful, but not essential. Temple forces might contribute to specific battles, might provide resources or intelligence, but they were not decisive factors. The war would be won or lost by samurai cavalry, by archers shooting from horseback, by commanders who understood logistics and tactics far better than any temple administrator. The warrior monks were auxiliary troops at best, pawns to be deployed when convenient and sacrificed when necessary. Worse, the temples found themselves targeted because of their choices. The Taira, learning of Enryakuji's support for the Minamoto, considered attacking Mount Hiei preemptively. The idea was not dismissed out of hand, as it would have been in earlier eras. Taira commanders discussed the military feasibility seriously, calculating casualties and strategic benefits. They ultimately decided the costs exceeded benefits, but the fact that the discussion happened at all revealed how much had changed. The mountain's sacred status no longer provided absolute protection. The Minamoto, meanwhile, demanded resources from Enryakuji that strained the temple's capacity to provide. Food for armies, supplies for campaigns, intelligence about Taira movements. All these were requested or demanded, and refusing meant losing Minamoto goodwill. The temple had allied itself with a power that viewed it as subordinate, a useful resource rather than an independent force requiring respect. The war's progression revealed temple military weakness. When warrior monks deployed alongside samurai forces, they performed poorly. Their formations, effective against other temple militias or untrained opponents, could not stand against cavalry charges. Their weapons, naginata designed for sweeping cuts, proved inferior to the mounted archer's bow. Their discipline, adequate for forced marches and set-piece confrontations, broke down in the chaos of actual battles. They died in large numbers, their bodies falling alongside samurai, but without achieving comparable military impact. The temples also discovered that their traditional tactics no longer worked. When Enryakuji tried to pressure the government through a forced march, the Taira simply ignored them. The sacred Mikoshi, carried to the capital with great ceremony, sat outside the palace while the government conducted business as usual. The psychological weapon that had intimidated court nobles for decades meant nothing to warriors who recognized no authority except force. After days of futile demonstration, the monks returned to Mount Hiei, having accomplished nothing except revealing their impotence. Internal divisions also weakened temple effectiveness. Not all monks supported their institution's chosen side. Within Enryakuji, factions argued for neutrality or even for switching to the Taira. Within Kofukuji, debates raged about whether supporting the Taira was wise or simply backing the wrong side. These divisions prevented temples from deploying their full strength, created opportunities for betrayal, made the institutions unreliable allies that neither side fully trusted. And as the war dragged on, as battles destroyed provinces and displaced populations, as resources became scarce and suffering mounted, the temples faced growing resentment from people who blamed them for contributing to the chaos. Temple estates were raided by desperate warriors seeking supplies. Temple wealth was seized by warlords who recognized no obligation to respect religious property. The temples were being integrated into the war economy, stripped of the special status that had previously protected them. The warrior monks had entered the Genpei War, believing they remained significant political actors, capable of influencing outcomes through their choices. But they were learning, painfully and slowly, that the era of their dominance was ending. The conflict was being decided by forces they could not control, using methods they could not match. They were caught between giants, crushed by powers that viewed them as obstacles or resources rather than independent authorities. And the worst was yet to come: the burning of Nara. Taira no Shigehira was 28 years old in the 12th month of 1180 AD when he received orders to suppress the warrior monks of Nara. He was the son of Taira no Kiyomori, raised in the certainty that his family's dominance was natural and deserved, trained from childhood in warfare, blooded in earlier campaigns. He commanded professional soldiers who followed orders without question, men who understood that mercy was weakness and that enemies required destruction, not accommodation. The orders were clear. The temples of Nara, particularly Kofukuji and Todaiji, despite officially supporting the Taira, had been harboring Minamoto sympathizers. Reports indicated that warrior monks from these temples were secretly providing resources to Minamoto forces. Whether the reports were true hardly mattered. What mattered was establishing that no institution, however sacred, could defy Taira authority with impunity. Shigehira would deliver that message in language everyone would understand. He approached Nara with 4,000 men, cavalry and infantry, moving quickly to prevent the temples from organizing effective resistance. The plan was to intimidate, rather than destroy, to make a show of force that would bring the temples to heel. But plans change, especially when fire is involved. The first structures burned by accident, or so Shigehira would later claim. His forces surrounded the temple complexes, cutting off escape routes, establishing dominance. Some warrior monks attempted resistance, shooting arrows from defensive positions, trying to hold gates against overwhelming numbers. Shigehira's forces responded with their own arrows, including some wrapped with oil-soaked cloth and set alight. The fire arrows were meant to suppress defenders, to force them from exposed positions. But Nara's temples, like all Japanese architecture of the period, were primarily wood and paper. The structures ignited easily. Wind carried sparks from one building to another. What began as tactical use of fire transformed into conflagration, flames spreading faster than anyone anticipated, consuming buildings that had stood for centuries, destroying treasures that could never be replaced. Shigehira watched from horseback as the great Buddha hall of Todaiji, the Daibutsu Den, caught fire. The building was enormous, housing a bronze Buddha statue over 50 feet tall, one of Japan's most sacred objects. The wooden hall around the statue burned like a torch, flames climbing the supports, spreading across the roof, generating heat so intense that people blocks away felt it. The roof collapsed, sending the great gilded ornament at its peak, crashing down. The walls followed, and the Buddha sat amid the destruction, bronze heated until it glowed, portions of the statue actually melting, running like liquid, the serene face deforming as metal flowed. The fire spread through Nara's temple district, consuming building after building. Meditation halls that had heard the prayers of thousands of monks over 400 years burned in minutes. Libraries containing texts brought from China during Japan's earliest contact with Buddhist civilization turned to ash. Residential quarters, administrative buildings, gates, gardens, all fell to flames that could not be controlled or contained. The warrior monks died in the hundreds. Some fell fighting Taira forces, some died in the fires, trapped in burning buildings, or overcome by smoke. Some were killed attempting to save sacred objects, running into flames to rescue statues or texts, dying for their devotion. Others were cut down by Taira soldiers as they fled, killed not in combat but in massacre, bodies left in the streets as warnings. Shigehira had not intended this level of destruction. He would spend the rest of his life, all 13 years remaining to him, haunted by what happened in Nara. Later, captured by Minamoto forces and facing execution, he would accept his death as deserved punishment for burning the Buddha's image. He would compose poetry expressing remorse, acknowledging that his karma was irredeemably damaged, that no amount of suffering could balance the evil he had committed. But in the moment, as Nara burned, he saw only success. The temples had been humbled, the message had been delivered, the Taira had demonstrated their power. The burning of Nara represented a turning point in the Genpei War and in temple history. It showed that temples were no longer untouchable, that military commanders would burn sacred sites without hesitation if strategy demanded it. It revealed that the warrior monks' military power was inadequate to protect even their home grounds against professional soldiers, and it demonstrated that, in the new order emerging from the war, religious status provided no protection, offered no immunity, meant nothing when force was involved. The Minamoto would eventually defeat the Taira. Shigehira would be captured and executed, drowned in a river, a death chosen to prevent his spilled blood from touching the earth and causing additional pollution. The war would end with Minamoto victory in 1185 AD, establishing the Kamakura shogunate, a warrior government that would dominate Japan for over a century. But Nara would never fully recover. The temples were rebuilt, the great Buddha statue recast, the complex restored physically, but the innocence was gone. The belief that Buddhism placed institutions above worldly conflict shattered beyond repair. The warrior monks remained diminished and chastened, but everyone understood that the balance of power had shifted permanently against them, pawns in a greater game. The Genpei War ended with total Minamoto victory. Taira forces were hunted down and destroyed. The last Taira holdouts, including the child emperor they controlled, died in the naval battle of Dan no Ura, drowning in the inland sea rather than accepting capture. The Minamoto had won completely, crushing their rivals so thoroughly that the Taira ceased to exist as a major power. And in the aftermath, as the victors established their new government, the temples learned exactly how little their support had mattered. Minamoto no Yoritomo, now undisputed master of Japan, established his headquarters not in Kyoto but in Kamakura, far to the east, deliberately distancing his government from the court and the temples. He created new institutions, appointing military governors to provinces, establishing systems of taxation and administration that bypassed traditional authorities. He took the title of shogun, military dictator, making explicit what had been implicit for decades. Real power resided with whoever commanded the strongest military forces, not with emperors or nobles or religious institutions. For the temples, Yoritomo's regime was catastrophic. The shogunate viewed them not as independent powers requiring accommodation, but as resources to be managed and potential threats to be controlled. Temple lands were surveyed and taxed, the exemptions they had enjoyed for centuries simply ignored. When temples protested, they were informed that protests were irrelevant. The government would do what it decided was necessary. Temple approval was neither required nor particularly desired. Enryaku-ji, which had supported the Minamoto during the war, expected rewards for its loyalty. Delegations travelled to Kamakura seeking confirmation of privileges, appointments of favoured abbots, settlement of property disputes in the temple's favour. They received polite but cold receptions. Yes, their support had been appreciated. No, that support did not create obligations binding the shogunate. The temple would be treated fairly according to law, but fair treatment meant the same treatment every other institution received, no special consideration based on sacred status or past assistance. This was devastating. The temples had spent centuries building their power on the assumption that they were unique, that religious status gave them leverage, that governments needed them more than they needed governments. The shogunate demonstrated that all those assumptions were false. Temples were simply one category of large landholder among many. They commanded impressive resources, yes, but so did powerful samurai families. They maintained military forces, certainly, but those forces were tiny compared to the armies warrior clans could field. They enjoyed popular support, as religious institutions perhaps, but that support translated into no concrete political power when the government chose to ignore it. Worse, the shogunate actively worked to reduce temple military capabilities. Restrictions were placed on the number of warriors temples could maintain. Provincial estates were required to limit armed retainers to numbers specified by the government. Temples found their weapons stores monitored, their recruitment of new warrior monks scrutinized. The measures were never comprehensive enough to disarm the temples completely. The shogunate lacked the administrative capacity for such thorough control, but they established the principle that temple military power was subject to government oversight. The temples also found themselves increasingly involved in conflicts, not of their choosing, deployed as auxiliary forces in campaigns they had no interest in, used as pawns in power struggles between samurai lords. When the shogunate needed additional troops for suppressing rebellions, temples were expected to contribute forces. When disputes arose between warrior clans, temples found themselves pressured to take sides, offering support that benefited the winning faction while earning resentment from losers. They had become pieces on a board controlled by others, moved according to strategies they did not determine. The forced march, that signature tactic, that had terrorized governments for 2 centuries became increasingly ineffective. When Hongan-ji attempted a traditional demonstration in the early years of the Kamakura period, organizing thousands of warrior monks to march on Kyoto with sacred mikoshi, the shogunate simply ignored them. No concessions were offered. No negotiations occurred. The monks stood outside the capital for days, then returned to Mount Hiei, having accomplished nothing. The psychological weapon had lost its power because the targets no longer cared. Warrior governments understood force, and they knew the temples could not actually attack them without triggering retaliation that would destroy the temples completely. The temple's economic situation also deteriorated as the shogunate established more effective provincial administration, as military governors asserted control over territories they governed. Temple estates became harder to manage. Local authorities often sided with warrior administrators against distant religious institutions. Rents went uncollected. Boundaries were disputed with no court to adjudicate fairly. Properties were simply seized, and temples lacked the military power to recover them through force, or the political influence to recover them through law. Internal decline accompanied external pressure. The warrior monks, who had once seen themselves as defenders of Buddhism, men serving a higher purpose even if through violent means, increasingly understood themselves as just another category of soldier, no different from provincial samurai, except in the robes they wore. The religious justifications that had made their existence psychologically sustainable, the arguments about protecting the Dharma and serving enlightenment, rang hollow when deployed in conflicts that obviously served only institutional self-interest. Recruitment suffered as the temple's prestige declined. Young men, seeking warrior careers, joined samurai clans rather than becoming warrior monks. The provincial families that had supplied many recruits redirected their sons towards secular military service, where opportunities for advancement were greater. The temples still attracted religious devotees, those genuinely seeking spiritual understanding, but these men rarely became a kuso. The warrior monk population aged, its numbers declining, its capabilities eroding through attrition that could not be replaced. The great temple rivalries, once conflicts that shaped regional politics, became almost pathetic. When Enryaku-ji and Midera fought now, they resembled gangs feuding over territory rather than major powers struggling for supremacy. Their conflicts disrupted local areas, but had no broader significance. The shogunate occasionally intervened to suppress particularly destructive temple wars, treating the institutions like troublesome children, requiring discipline rather than independent powers requiring negotiation. The warrior monks had not disappeared. Temples still maintained military forces. Monks still trained with weapons. The infrastructure of temple armies remained functional, but the context had changed completely. They were no longer masters of chaos, no longer makers of emperors, no longer authorities that governments accommodated from necessity. They had become anachronisms, relics of an earlier political order, surviving on momentum and institutional inertia rather than real power. The age of the warrior monks had not quite ended, but its twilight had unmistakably begun. You watch the smoke rise. You are 38 years old, a warrior monk of Enryaku-ji, born on the mountain, raised in the temple system, knowing no other life. Your father was a warrior monk before you, your grandfather possibly as well. The family history unclear because such things matter less than capability. You have trained with the Naginata since childhood. You have participated in 3 forced marches on Kyoto. You have fought in 2 battles against Midera, killing at least one man whose face you sometimes see in dreams. You are competent, experienced, a middle-ranking akuso who leads a squad of younger monks, who handles administrative duties between periods of training. Today you stand on a high path on Mount Hiei's western slope, looking down toward Kyoto, watching smoke rise from the city below. The smoke is wrong, too much of it, too many separate columns. Not the normal cooking fires and forge smoke of daily life, but the thick black smoke of serious burning. Something is happening in the capital. Something bad. The runner arrived an hour ago, exhausted from climbing the mountain path at desperate speed, bringing news that no one wanted to believe. The shogunate had issued decrees about temple properties. When Enryakuji's representatives in Kyoto protested, when they threatened the usual consequences, soldiers had responded with violence. The temple's office in the city was burning. Several monks were dead. The government was sending a message, and the message was that the old rules no longer applied. The abbot called an emergency council. You attended, standing in the back with other middle-ranking monks, listening as the leadership debated responses. Some argued for immediate mobilization, for organizing a forced march, for teaching the shogunate the same lesson the temple had taught so many governments before. Others counseled caution, pointing out that the Kamakura regime was different from the court, that threatening them might trigger responses. Enryakuji could not survive. The debate continued for hours, voices rising and falling, arguments becoming circular, everyone understanding that the temple faced a crisis, but no one quite knowing how to address it. Finally, the abbot made his decision. They would prepare for action, but delay execution, send envoys first, attempt negotiation, before resorting to force. It was compromise that satisfied no one, but avoided immediate catastrophe. You left the council feeling hollow, returning to your quarters to think, eventually climbing to this vantage point, where you could see the capital and try to make sense of what was happening. The smoke continues rising. You try to estimate how much of the city must be burning to produce that much smoke, but the calculations are beyond you. It could be just the temple office. It could be entire neighborhoods. You will not know until more news arrives. Other monks have gathered near you, also watching, also trying to understand. Conversation is sparse, everyone wrapped in their own thoughts. One young monk, barely 20, asks if you think the temple will march. You tell him truthfully that you do not know, that the decision has not been made, that perhaps it will never be made, because perhaps the old tactics will not work anymore. He looks at you with confusion, not quite comprehending. For him, the forced march is absolute weapon, the tactic that cannot fail. He grew up hearing stories of emperors yielding to monks bearing sacred mikoshi, of governments terrified by Enryakuji's power. The idea that such power might be obsolete is literally unthinkable for him, not something his worldview can accommodate. You envy his certainty. You remember feeling that way yourself, back before the Genpei War, back when the world made sense, according to rules you understood. But the war changed everything. You saw warrior monks deployed as auxiliary troops, treated as expendable, dying in battles decided by samurai commanders who barely acknowledged temple contributions. You watched the old equilibrium break down, watched power shift away from institutions that had dominated for centuries toward forces you did not fully understand. The smoke continues rising. You find yourself wondering what comes next. If the forced march no longer works, if the government can simply ignore thousands of armed monks bearing sacred objects, then what leverage does the temple possess? Numbers? But samurai are better trained, better equipped, more disciplined. Money? But the shogunate controls more resources. Strategic position? But Mount Hiei, formidable defensively, offers no advantage for projecting power downward when those below do not care about intimidation. You realize, standing there watching the smoke, that you are witnessing the end of something, not necessarily the end of Enryakuji. The physical temple will survive, will probably survive for centuries more. But the end of what Enryakuji represented, the end of temples as independent powers capable of dictating terms to governments, the end of the era when warrior monks mattered. The young monk asks another question, something about tactics, about how the march should be organized if it happens. You answer automatically, drawing on decades of experience. explaining formations and logistics and timing. But even as you speak, you understand that the expertise is becoming irrelevant, that you are teaching him skills he will probably never use in the way you use them, that he is the last generation of warrior monks who still believe in the old power. The sun descends toward the western horizon, its light turning the smoke orange and red, making it almost beautiful despite what it represents. The temperature drops as evening approaches. One by one, the other monks drift away, heading back to their duties, to evening prayers, to whatever routines help them maintain normalcy in circumstances that are anything but normal. Eventually, you are alone on the path, still watching, still thinking. You will return to the temple eventually. You will eat the evening meal. You will perform the prayers. You will sleep on your mat in the dormitory and wake tomorrow to continue training, to maintain readiness for deployments that may never come. You will do these things because they are what you know, because routine provides stability, because even obsolete skills deserve practicing simply from pride in craftsmanship. But you will remember this moment, standing here watching smoke rise from the capital, understanding that the world has changed and that your place in it has changed with it. The mountain still stands, the temple still functions, the warrior monks still train, but the power is gone, and everyone who is honest with themselves knows it. The age of the warrior monks is ending. The only question is how long the ending will take, and how much will be lost before it is complete. The changing art of war. Warfare was evolving in ways that made traditional warrior monk tactics increasingly obsolete. The samurai of the Kamakura period fought differently than their predecessors, employing methods developed through hard experience in the Genpei War and subsequent conflicts. These new approaches left little room for the mass infantry tactics that had served the temples adequately for centuries. The mounted archer became the dominant force in Japanese warfare. Samurai trained from childhood to shoot from horseback, developing skills that required years to master. They rode small but tough horses, agile animals that could maneuver across difficult terrain, that could stop suddenly or turn sharply, while their riders maintained balance and accuracy. The bows they used were enormous, over 7 feet tall when unstrung, powerful enough to penetrate armor at considerable distance. A skilled samurai archer could hit targets while galloping at full speed, shooting with accuracy that foot-bound opponents could not match. Against these mounted archers, warrior monk formations became death traps. The naginata, effective against stationary opponents or in close combat, was useless against enemies who struck from distance and retreated before defenders could respond. Temple forces would advance in their traditional tight formations, maintaining cohesion, presenting walls of blade. The samurai would simply ride around them, showering them with arrows from angles that made defense impossible. The monks could not pursue, they could not close. They could only stand and die as shafts found gaps in their minimal armor. The warrior monks tried to adapt. They trained more extensively with bows, developing their own archer units. But archery required years of practice. Muscles developed specifically for drawing heavy bows, technique that could not be acquired quickly. Temple archers were adequate for defensive situations, shooting from prepared positions at approaching enemies. But they could not compete with samurai in mobile combat, could not match the integration of riding and shooting that defined samurai warfare. Tactics also evolved beyond simple battlefield confrontation. The samurai developed sophisticated approaches to siege warfare, understanding how to isolate strongholds, how to cut supply lines, how to make positions untenable through starvation rather than direct assault. When the shogunate wanted to pressure a temple, they did not attack the mountain directly. They seized outlying properties. They intercepted shipments of rice from provincial estates. They made continued resistance expensive and uncomfortable, grinding down temple resolve through economic pressure rather than military engagement. The introduction of new weapons further disadvantaged the warrior monks. Chinese innovations in siege engines appeared in Japan during this period. Catapults that could hurl rocks or fire projectiles over walls, breaking down fortifications that had previously been impregnable. While the technology never became as sophisticated in Japan as in China or Europe, its presence changed the calculus of defensive warfare, making temple strongholds less secure than they had seemed. And perhaps most significantly, warfare was becoming more organized, more dependent on logistics and administration. The Kamakura shogunate maintained supply systems that could support armies in the field for extended periods. They developed command structures that allowed coordination across multiple provinces. They kept records of military obligations, knowing exactly which lords owed how many troops, ensuring that armies could be assembled quickly when needed. The temples, by contrast, still operated more like militias, mobilizing when crisis demanded, but lacking the infrastructure to sustain prolonged campaigns or complex operations. The professional military class that emerged from these developments viewed warrior monks with mixture of contempt and pity. To samurai, combat was art and science requiring total dedication, way of life defining entire families across generations. The temple's part-time warriors, men who split their attention between religious duties and military training, seemed amateurish. That warrior monks outnumbered samurai in many conflicts mattered less than the quality gap that numbers could not fully compensate for. The changing nature of warfare did not immediately doom the warrior monks. They remained capable of defending their temple grounds. They could still suppress local threats, handle bandits, or small-scale disputes, but they had lost the ability to project power against professional military forces. They could no longer intimidate governments through threatened violence, because governments commanded forces that were simply superior in every way that mattered. The warrior monks had become militarily obsolete, even while maintaining the physical capability to fight. The tools remained, but the utility had vanished. The last great stands. The warrior monks did not surrender without resistance. Throughout the 13th and 14th centuries AD, as the Kamakura shogunate consolidated power and then eventually fell to be replaced by the Ashikaga shogunate, warrior monks continued fighting, participating in the conflicts that tore Japan apart during the periods of civil war. They chose sides in succession disputes. They defended their territories against encroaching samurai lords. They maintained their ancient rivalries, still burning each other's temples when opportunities arose. But these were the actions of declining power, final stands that could delay but not prevent the inevitable. During the Jokyu War of 1221 AD, when a retired emperor attempted to overthrow the shogunate and restore imperial authority, Enryakuji supported the emperor's cause. The temple mobilized thousands of warrior monks, hoping that Kamakura's collapse would restore conditions favorable to temple autonomy. The shogunate crushed the rebellion with overwhelming force, professional armies moving with speed and coordination that imperial forces could not match. The warrior monks fought bravely and died uselessly, their contribution to the battle negligible, their casualties demonstrating only that courage, without effective tactics, was suicide. The temple's punishment for supporting the wrong side was measured but unmistakable. The shogunate did not destroy Enryakuji. That would have been too provocative. But they seized significant temple properties, redistributed lands to loyal samurai families, reduced the temple's economic base. The message was clear. Temples could exist as long as they stayed in their place, but challenges to samurai authority would be met with overwhelming response. In the Nanbokucho period, the era of the northern and southern courts, from 1336 to 1392 AD, when rival imperial lines competed for legitimacy, with different samurai factions supporting each side, the major temples again found themselves drawn into conflict. Enryakuji and Kofukuji supported opposite courts, seeing opportunity to advance their positions in the chaos of civil war. They deployed warrior monks to battles throughout the period, sometimes fighting alongside samurai, sometimes fighting each other, participating in a conflict that would last nearly 60 years. But their participation was increasingly marginal. The real fighting was done by samurai armies, serving the Ashikaga and their rivals. The warrior monks were auxiliaries, used for garrison duty or local security, occasionally deployed in major battles but never as the decisive element. Commanders valued them more for the resources their temples could provide, rice and money and logistical support, than for their military contributions. The temples remained wealthy enough to be useful, but their military power had become almost irrelevant to conflicts that would determine Japan's political future. Individual warrior monks still achieved distinction in this period. Some gained reputations as skilled fighters, men who could hold their own against samurai in single combat. Stories were told of warrior monks performing exceptional deeds, defending temples against overwhelming odds, dying heroically in lost causes. These stories entered popular culture, became part of how later generations remembered the Sohei, but they were the exceptions, remarkable precisely because they were rare, bright moments in a general decline. The temples also adapted their role, transitioning from military powers to religious institutions with military capabilities rather than the reverse. They focused more on their educational functions, training monks in scripture and ritual, developing expertise in religious practices that secured their position even as their political influence waned. They maintained their warrior monk forces, but increasingly, these forces served defensive purposes, protecting temple grounds rather than projecting power outward. Some smaller temples abandoned the warrior monk tradition entirely, recognizing it as unsustainable liability. They disarmed their monks, focusing exclusively on religious functions, seeking protection through alliances with local samurai lords rather than maintaining their own military forces. This was pragmatic adaptation to changed circumstances, though it also represented admission that the era of temple military independence was over. The great temples, Enryaku-ji and Kofuku-ji particularly, could not fully abandon their military traditions without undermining their identity. They had been warrior monk strongholds for so long that the connection between religious and military functions had become fundamental to how they understood themselves. But even these institutions scaled back, maintaining smaller forces, focusing more on quality than quantity, accepting that they could no longer field the thousands of warriors that had once terrorized governments. By the late 15th century AD, as Japan descended into the Sengoku period, the age of warring states, the warrior monks had become minor players in conflicts, dominated entirely by samurai forces. Some temples allied with powerful warlords, trading autonomy for protection. Others tried to maintain neutrality, hoping to avoid being dragged into battles they could not win. A few still attempted the old tactics, mobilizing warrior monks for demonstrations or attacks. But these efforts achieved little, except making the temples targets for retribution. The last great stands were not grand battles but desperate defenses. Temples fighting to survive rather than to conquer, warrior monks using their skills to protect institutions they loved, even as they understood those institutions were doomed. They fought because fighting was what they knew, because their identity was bound up in being warriors as much as monks, because surrender was psychologically impossible, even when practically inevitable. They were the last generation of men who could claim the title Sohei, with the full weight of centuries behind it, the final bearers of a tradition that would not survive them. The Demon King arrives. Oda Nobunaga was not the first warlord to dream of unifying Japan, but he was the first with the ruthlessness and capability to actually accomplish it. Born in 1534 AD to a minor warrior family in Owari province, he rose through a combination of military genius, strategic innovation, and willingness to do things that others considered unthinkable. He adopted Western firearms when other samurai dismissed them as dishonorable. He broke alliances when convenient, betraying allies without apparent remorse. He showed no respect for tradition when tradition impeded his objectives. His enemies called him the Demon King, and he seemed to embrace the title. By the 1560s AD, Nobunaga controlled much of central Japan, having defeated rival warlords through superior tactics and sheer determination. He marched toward Kyoto in 1568 AD, ostensibly to restore order and support the imperial court, actually to establish himself as supreme power in the realm. The court welcomed him nervously, recognizing they had no choice, hoping he would be better than the chaos that preceded him. But one power remained that had not submitted to any warlord's authority in 600 years. On Mount Hiei, northeast of Kyoto, Enryaku-ji still functioned as independent entity, still maintained thousands of warrior monks, still claimed autonomy based on sacred status. The temple complex sprawled across the mountain as it always had, its sub-temples numbering in the thousands, its wealth still considerable despite centuries of erosion, its military force still capable of defending its territory. Nobunaga viewed Enryaku-ji not as sacred institution, but as obstacle. The temple's strategic position near Kyoto made it potential threat to his control of the capital. Its history of political interference made it unreliable ally. Its warrior monks represented armed force that answered to no authority he could command. These were problems requiring solution, and Nobunaga approached problems with characteristic directness. The temple initially tried accommodating the new power. Enryaku-ji's leadership sent envoys to Nobunaga, offering cooperation, seeking assurances that he would respect their traditional privileges. Nobunaga received them coldly. He made no promises. He issued no guarantees. He made clear that in his vision of Japan, no institution enjoyed exemption from his authority, that sacred status meant nothing to him, that the mountain would submit or face consequences. The temple could have submitted. Many urged the abbot to accept reality, to acknowledge that the age of temple autonomy was over, to preserve what could be preserved through accommodation. But 600 years of independence could not be surrendered easily. Enryaku-ji had forced emperors to kneel. It had survived conflicts that destroyed other institutions. It had weathered changes that should have ended its power, but never quite did. The leadership believed, perhaps had to believe, that they would survive this challenge, as they had survived all the others. They were catastrophically wrong. Nobunaga was different from every opponent the temple had faced before. He was not a court noble who could be intimidated by sacred objects. He was not a samurai lord who could be bought or allied with. He was not even a typical warlord who would balance military objectives against political and religious considerations. He was a man who had decided that Enryaku-ji represented problem, and his approach to problems was elimination. When the temple provided shelter to his enemies, when warrior monks offered support to forces resisting his expansion, Nobunaga decided the time for warnings had passed. In the 9th month of 1571 AD, he assembled his forces and prepared for an operation that would end the warrior monk era forever. He would not negotiate. He would not threaten. He would not accept submission even if offered. He would destroy Mount Hiei completely, burn every building, kill every person, eliminate the institution so thoroughly that it could never threaten anyone again. His generals objected. Even men hardened by decades of warfare balked at what he proposed. Attacking a major Buddhist temple, killing thousands of monks, burning sacred halls that had stood for 8 centuries, the spiritual consequences seemed unbearable. The cosmic retribution might doom not just Nobunaga, but everyone who participated. But Nobunaga dismissed their concerns. He did not fear the Buddha's judgment. He did not believe in karma or spiritual pollution. He believed in power, and power meant doing what was necessary without hesitation. The Demon King would climb the mountain, and the mountain that had never knelt, that had forced emperors to acknowledge its autonomy, that had terrified governments for 600 years, would learn that new age had arrived. an age where sacred status provided no protection, where tradition meant nothing, where the Buddha's teaching could not save you from burning. The siege of Mount Hiei. They came at dawn on the 30th day of the 9th month of 1571 AD. 30,000 warriors under Nobunaga's command, approaching Mount Hiei from multiple directions simultaneously, a coordinated assault on a scale the temple had never faced. These were professional soldiers, veterans of countless campaigns, men who followed orders without question, who had been told explicitly that no one on the mountain was to be spared. The warrior monks had known an attack was coming. Scouts had reported troop movements. Temple leadership had mobilized their forces. Perhaps 3,000 warrior monks capable of fighting, along with several thousand more residents, servants, families, people who lived on the mountain, but were not fighters. Defenses were prepared as well as possible. The traditional advantages of terrain and position would help. The multiple approaches to the summit meant attackers would be divided, forced to climb steep paths where small forces could hold against larger numbers. The temple had survived for 800 years. It would survive this. But Nobunaga's forces were not attempting traditional assault. They were executing systematic destruction. As the armies climbed the mountain slopes, they burned everything they encountered. Outlying shrines went up in flames. Small meditation halls were torched. Residential buildings, storage facilities, administrative centres, everything was set alight. The warriors were not trying to capture territory, they were erasing it. The warrior monks fought desperately at key choke points, attempting to hold the narrow paths, to make the attackers pay for every step upward. Naginata met sword and spear in close combat, where the monks' weapons were most effective. Bodies fell on both sides, blood slicking the stone steps, the wounded rolling down paths they had just climbed. But Nobunaga's forces had overwhelming numbers. Where one attacker fell, two more took his place. The defenders were pushed back, forced to retreat to higher positions, watching as fires consumed buildings they were supposed to protect. By midday, the attacks had penetrated deep into the temple complex. The main halls were surrounded, defenders trapped inside, making last stands that could only end one way. Some monks fought to the death, wielding weapons until they were cut down. Others tried to surrender, throwing down their naginata, kneeling in submission, begging for mercy that would not come. Nobunaga's orders had been absolute. No survivors. The warriors complied, killing the defenseless as efficiently as they killed those who resisted. The non-combatants died alongside the warriors. Women and children who had lived on the mountain, servants who had worked in temple kitchens and laundries, scholars who had studied texts and taught students, all were killed without discrimination. The slaughter was methodical, soldiers moving through buildings, checking rooms, ensuring no one escaped. The screams echoed across the mountain, carrying to the valleys below, announcing to the world that something terrible was happening on sacred ground. The great Kompon Chudo, the main hall of Enryaku-ji, the heart of the temple complex for 8 centuries, burned in the afternoon. Flames consumed the massive wooden structure, climbing the pillars, spreading across the roof, generating heat so intense that people hundreds of feet away felt it. Inside, the sacred flame that had burned continuously since the temple's founding, tended by monks through generations, went out. 800 years of unbroken vigil ended as the building collapsed, bringing down the roof in a cascade of burning timber that crushed the altar where the flame had rested. Building after building burned. The library, containing texts brought from China during Japan's first contact with Buddhism, irreplaceable sutras and commentaries, was deliberately torched. Knowledge accumulated over centuries converted to ash. The meditation halls, where monks had sought enlightenment for generations, went up in flames. The residential quarters, the administrative buildings, the gates and gardens and pathways, everything was systematically destroyed. The killing continued through the afternoon and into evening. Some monks tried to flee, escaping through hidden paths into the forest, hoping to survive by abandoning the mountain. Nobunaga's forces had anticipated this, posting soldiers around the base of the mountain, intercepting refugees, cutting them down as they emerged from the trees. A few escaped, perhaps dozens out of thousands. Men who knew the mountain so well they could find routes the attackers had not covered, who had luck enough to slip through the net. By nightfall, Mount Hiei was an inferno. Thousands of fires burned across the slopes, their light visible for miles, smoke rising in enormous columns that blocked the stars. The screaming had mostly stopped. The resistance had been crushed. The mountain that had defied emperors for 600 years had fallen in a single day. The death toll would never be precisely known. Estimates ranged from 3,000 to 20,000. The uncertainty reflecting the chaos of the assault and the thoroughness of the destruction. What was certain was that Enryaku-ji, as a functioning institution, had been obliterated. The buildings were gone, burned to their foundations. The population was dead or scattered. The accumulated wealth of centuries was destroyed or looted. The power that had terrified governments had been eliminated completely. Nobunaga's generals surveyed the destruction and felt profound unease despite their victory. They had done what their lord commanded, but the magnitude of what they had destroyed weighed on them. This was not military conquest, but annihilation of sacred institution, violation of everything Japanese culture held inviolable. Surely there would be consequences, spiritual retribution, cosmic justice for such sacrilege. But no divine retribution came. The kami did not strike Nobunaga dead. The Buddha did not manifest to punish the perpetrators. The sun rose the next morning on a smoking mountain, and nothing supernatural occurred. The heavens remained silent. And in that silence was revelation more profound than any religious teaching. The temples had claimed sacred status protected them. They had argued that attacking them would bring cosmic consequences. Nobunaga had proven those claims false. He had burned the greatest Buddhist temple in Japan, killed thousands of monks, and suffered no consequences except complete victory. The siege of Mount Hiei did not just destroy Enryaku-ji, it destroyed the foundation of temple power. The belief that religious institutions were somehow exempt from worldly force, that the Buddha's teaching placed them above political authority. Nobunaga had demonstrated that nothing was sacred if you were willing to burn it, that no institution was invincible if you applied sufficient violence. The warrior monks had been living on borrowed time for decades. Now the debt had come due, and the payment was absolute. After the flames. His name was Kakushin, and he was 42 years old when he fled down the mountain, leaving behind everything he had known for his entire life. He had been born on Mount Hiei, the son of a warrior monk who had died fighting Maidera decades earlier. He had trained with a naginata since he could hold one. He had participated in the last forced march on Kyoto, that futile demonstration that accomplished nothing. He had been a warrior monk, an akuso, a man defined by the contradiction between religious devotion and military service. Now he was nothing. A refugee stumbling through forest, his robes torn and smoke-stained, his hands empty of weapons, his purpose vanished like smoke, rising from the burning mountain behind him. He had fought in the defense, holding one of the approach paths with a dozen other monks, killing at least 2 of Nobunaga's soldiers before the position became untenable. When the order to fall back came, when it became clear the temple was lost, he had run, not heroically choosing to save his life for some future purpose. Just running from fear, from the overwhelming desire not to die, from the simple animal instinct for survival that overcame training and duty and everything he thought he believed. He escaped because he knew paths others did not. Small trails used by monks who wanted solitude, routes through the densest parts of the forest. He heard fighting behind him as he fled, heard screams, heard buildings collapsing. He did not look back. He just ran, descended as quickly as he could, putting distance between himself and the catastrophe consuming his home. Eventually, exhausted, he stopped in a small clearing halfway down the mountain. He could see smoke rising above the trees, could smell the burning, could hear distant sounds of destruction. He knelt on the forest floor, breathing hard, his mind struggling to process what had happened. Everything was gone. The temples where he had prayed, the training grounds where he had learned to fight, the quarters where he had slept, the men he had lived with, trained with, fought beside, all burning or dead or scattered like him. Enryaku-ji had been invincible in his understanding of the world, permanent as the mountain itself, immune to forces that destroyed lesser institutions, and it had fallen in hours, swept away as if it had never been anything special at all. He found himself thinking about his father, trying to remember the man's face, wondering what his father would think of this moment. His father had died believing in the temple's power, confident that Mount Hiei would endure forever, that the warrior monks served a purpose larger than themselves. He had died for those beliefs, given his life in a battle against Midera that now seemed absurdly pointless. What had they been fighting for? What had any of it meant? Kakushin sat in the clearing as the sun descended, as shadows lengthened, as the sounds from above gradually diminished. He would need to move eventually, to find shelter, to figure out how to survive without the only life he had known. But for now, he just sat, holding grief that had no outlet, rage that had no target, emptiness that filled everything. He was not a monk anymore. He was not a warrior. He was not anything he knew how to be. He was just a man sitting in a forest, watching smoke rise from a burning mountain, trying to understand how the world could change so completely in a single day. The scattered seeds. In the days following the destruction, survivors emerged from hiding places throughout the region. Some, like Kakushin, had fled during the assault. Others had been away from the mountain when the attack occurred. Monks travelling on temple business, men who returned to find their home destroyed. They gathered in small groups, uncertain what to do, where to go, how to continue. Some attempted to rebuild immediately. They returned to the smoking ruins, salvaged what little could be salvaged, began clearing debris from the most sacred sites. The work was more symbolic than practical. Everyone understood that Enryaku-ji, as it had been, could never be restored, but doing something felt necessary. The alternative was accepting that 800 years of tradition had ended absolutely. Others abandoned the mountain entirely, seeking shelter in other temples, trying to continue religious practice in institutions that had not been destroyed. Some temples welcomed them, seeing the survivors as bearers of important traditions, men who could teach and maintain lineages. Other temples turned them away, fearing that accepting Enryaku-ji refugees would mark them as targets for Nobunaga's wrath. A few renounced their monastic vows completely, returning to secular life, trying to forget they had ever been warrior monks. They grew their hair, married, took up ordinary occupations. Some found peace in this transformation, discovering that the life they had been forced into was not the life they truly wanted. Others never adjusted, carrying the weight of their past like physical burden, unable to fully inhabit their new identities. The warrior monks who survived faced a particular challenge. Their skills were obsolete in the new order Nobunaga was creating. No one wanted fighters who claimed religious exemption. The samurai class had no place for men trained in temple warfare. Some found employment as guards or mercenaries, using their combat skills in degraded form. Others simply gave up the warrior identity, becoming monks in the traditional sense, men who prayed and studied without wielding weapons. Nobunaga himself showed no remorse. When asked about the destruction of Enryaku-ji, he stated simply that it had been necessary, that the temple's political interference and military power had made it obstacle to peace. He would later burn other temples that opposed him, Nagashima and Ishiyama Hongan-ji, demonstrating that Mount Hiei was not exception but precedent. No religious institution would be allowed to challenge secular authority in the Japan he was building. Other warlords noted the lesson. Temple autonomy, which had seemed inviolable for centuries, could be ended through sufficient application of force. Several powerful daimyo moved against temples in their territories, seizing lands, disbanding warrior monk forces, reducing institutions to purely religious functions. The temples that survived were those that submitted completely, accepting subordinate status, abandoning any claim to political influence or military power. Enryaku-ji would eventually be rebuilt, partially, with Tokugawa shogunate support decades later. The new temple was smaller, poorer, more cautious. It maintained no military force. It interfered in no political matters. It existed as religious institution only, serving spiritual needs without claiming temporal authority. This diminished Enryaku-ji would survive into the modern era, carrying the name and some traditions of its predecessor, but bearing no resemblance to the power that had once dominated Japanese politics. The scattered survivors carried memories of what had been, stories of the mountain's glory days, accounts of warrior monks who had terrified emperors and burned rival temples. These stories entered popular culture, became legends, transformed over time into romanticized tales that bore little relation to historical reality. The warrior monks of memory became noble figures, defending sacred traditions rather than the complex, compromised men they actually were. But among those who had lived through the destruction, who had fled the burning mountain or returned to find ashes, there was no romance, only the knowledge that an entire world had ended, that their place in it had vanished, that they were the last remnants of a tradition that would not survive them. Echoes in the modern world. Mount Hiei today is peaceful. Tourists climb the mountain, visit the reconstructed temples, admire the architecture and the views of Kyoto spreading below. The paths are well maintained, the buildings carefully preserved, the sacred sites marked with explanatory plaques in Japanese and English. It is beautiful and serene, a place of contemplation, exactly what a Buddhist temple mountain should be. Nothing visible suggests the violence that defined this place for 600 years. The training grounds where warrior monks practiced with naginata are gardens now. The paths where armies climbed to burn the temples are hiking trails. The sites where thousands died are marked with monuments that speak of tragedy in abstract terms, mentioning conflict without dwelling on its brutality. History has been sanitized, made comfortable for visitors who come seeking spiritual peace, rather than confronting the contradictions that once defined this place. Yet traces remain, if you know where to look. In the temple museums, artifacts from the warrior monk era survive. Naginata blades, armor pieces, documents describing forced marches and temple conflicts. These objects are presented as historical curiosities, examples of a fascinating period in Japanese Buddhism, with little acknowledgement of what they represented to people who lived through that era. The Sohei have entered popular culture, appearing in films and novels, video games and anime. They are typically portrayed as noble warriors, defending Buddhism against corruption, men who reluctantly took up arms to protect sacred traditions. This romanticized image bears little resemblance to the historical reality of institutions that accumulated wealth and power, that used violence to advance political interests, that burned each other's temples, and killed each other's monks in conflicts that had nothing to do with spiritual enlightenment. Japanese martial arts preserve some warrior monk traditions. Certain naginata techniques trace their lineage to Sohei training methods. Some schools of combat still reference Mount Hiei as origin point for their styles. These connections are emphasized in marketing, the warrior monk mystique adding authenticity and historical depth to modern practices. Whether the technical knowledge is genuinely continuous or represents reconstruction based on fragmentary evidence is debated among scholars. Buddhist institutions in modern Japan are nothing like the powerful, militarized temples of the medieval period. They are peaceful places focused on spiritual practice and cultural preservation. The idea of armed monks marching on Tokyo is absurd, unthinkable, a concept from a different civilization entirely. Modern temples exist within secular legal frameworks, pay taxes, follow regulations, function as religious organizations without political or military pretensions. Yet the legacy of the warrior monks persists in Japanese consciousness, a reminder of a period when religious institutions wielded temporal power, when the contradiction between spiritual and worldly authority created strange hybrid organizations unlike anything in other Buddhist cultures. The Sohei were uniquely Japanese phenomenon, emerging from specific historical conditions, lasting for specific period, ending when those conditions changed. Historians continue debating their significance. Were they corruption of Buddhism or legitimate expression of protecting the Dharma? Were they primarily religious figures who fought or warriors who prayed? Did they represent institutional adaptation or institutional failure? The questions have no simple answers because the warrior monks themselves were not simple but complex products of their time, men trying to navigate impossible contradictions between belief and necessity. In the end, the warrior monks left behind cautionary tale about what happens when institutions claim exemption from ordinary constraints, when power becomes divorced from accountability, when violence is sanctified through religious justification. They achieved remarkable things, forced emperors to acknowledge their authority, maintained independence for centuries, built institutions that survived long after the men who created them. But they also demonstrated the limits of that approach, showing that force without legitimacy eventually fails. That sacred status provides no permanent immunity, that all power is conditional and temporary. The mountain remembers, even if the memory is buried under reconstruction and tourism, even if the stories have been smoothed into acceptable narratives. The paths still climb toward the summit. The forest still whispers, and somewhere in the stones and trees, in the rebuilt temples and quiet gardens, the ghost of what was lingers, reminder of an age when monks were warriors and the mountain would not kneel, the silence of the mountains. Evening settles on Mount Hiei, bringing the gentle peace that comes after sunset, when the tourists have departed and the monks have completed their evening prayers, when the mountain returns to itself, quiet and contemplative. The air cools quickly at this elevation, carrying the clean scent of cryptomeria and pine, the forest smells that have not changed in centuries, that were here before the first temples, and will remain after the current ones decay. The reconstructed halls stand dark against the deepening sky, their roofs curving gracefully upward, their wooden posts solid and strong. Lamps glow softly behind paper screens, creating warm light that does not intrude into the surrounding darkness, that offers comfort without demanding attention. The architecture speaks of permanence while acknowledging impermanence, buildings designed to last generations, while understanding that nothing lasts forever. Bells ring for the final service of the day, their tones carrying across the mountain slopes, echoing from valleys below, before fading into the general quiet. The sound is measured and calm, marking the day's end without urgency or alarm, simply noting that time passes, that the cycle continues, of sauce, that tomorrow will bring renewal. The bells ring, and the mountain listens, as it has listened for over 1,000 years, patient and enduring. A few monks move along the covered walkways, finishing evening tasks, their footsteps barely audible on the wooden floors, their robes making soft rustling sounds that blend with the wind in the trees. They are peaceful men, devoted to study and practice, men who have never held weapons, who know warrior monks only as historical curiosity, whose lives bear no resemblance to those who once made this mountain, feared throughout Japan. The forest surrounds everything, dense and dark, and alive in its quiet way. Small animals move through the underbrush, pursuing their evening routines, unconcerned with human presence. Owls call from high branches, marking territory, signaling to mates. The wind moves through leaves and needles, creating sounds that are almost like breathing, the mountain itself drawing breath, releasing it, existing in its own rhythm that acknowledges no human time. Stars emerge as the sky darkens completely, constellations wheeling overhead in their eternal patterns, unchanged and unchanging. The monks who lived here centuries ago saw these same stars, found comfort or mystery in them, used them to mark seasons and tell time. The warriors who died here saw them too, in their final moments perhaps, looking up from the ground as life faded, seeing beauty one last time before the darkness claimed them. No trace of violence remains visible in this peaceful darkness. The blood has long since washed away, the bones have been gathered and properly buried or cremated. The ashes of burned buildings have settled into soil, nourishing the trees that now grow where temples once stood. Nature has reclaimed what was destroyed, transformed tragedy into simple earth and vegetation, making the mountain whole again in its own way. The silence is nearly complete now, broken only by wind and small sounds of the living forest, by the occasional distant bell, by the whisper of movement that never quite resolves into identifiable source. It is the silence of peace, of a place where conflict has ended, where the urgent struggles of centuries past have faded into memory so distant it carries no pain, only gentle acknowledgement that these things happened and now are finished. This is the mountain's truth, that it endures beyond human purposes, that it existed before the temples and will exist after them, that the struggles which seem so important to those who fought them are small things measured against the mountain's time. The warrior monks believed they were defending eternal truths, protecting the Dharma itself. But the mountain knows that nothing is eternal except change, that all forms arise and pass away, that the only permanence is impermanence itself. The darkness deepens, the last lamps are extinguished, the mountain sleeps, holding its secrets, carrying its history, existing as it has always existed, patient and silent, and complete unto itself. The warrior monks are gone, the battles are finished. Only the mountain remains, and the quiet night, and the peace that settles over everything when the day has ended and rest has come at last. We began tonight with a paradox. Monks who were warriors, warriors who were monks, men who sought enlightenment while perfecting the arts of violence. We watched them rise to power, forcing emperors to acknowledge their autonomy, building institutions that dominated Japanese politics for 600 years. We saw them burn each other's temples in conflicts that had nothing to do with the Buddha's teaching. We witnessed their decline as professional warriors supplanted their amateur militias, as governments learned that sacred status provided no real protection, and we stood on the mountain as everything burned, as Nobunaga demonstrated that nothing was invincible if you were willing to apply sufficient force. The warrior monks were products of their time, emerging from specific conditions, adapting Buddhism to Japanese circumstances in ways that created something unprecedented in Buddhist history. They were not corrupt, exactly, or not only corrupt. They were institutions trying to survive in a world where survival required power and power required violence. They found justifications for their contradictions, arguments that satisfied them if not always others. They lived their impossibility for centuries, becoming what they needed to become, paying the price that such transformation demanded. Their legacy is complex. They left behind ruins and memories, stories and legends, cautionary tales about what happens when religious institutions pursue worldly power too aggressively. They demonstrated both the flexibility of Buddhist tradition and its limits, showing that the Dharma could be adapted to almost any circumstance, but not without losing something essential in the process. They proved that force can sustain institutions for generations but not forever, that power built on intimidation eventually crumbles when someone refuses to be intimidated. Perhaps their greatest contribution was simply existing, creating a phenomenon so strange that it still fascinates, showing us a path that was tried and ultimately failed, teaching through their example what not to do. They tried to serve two masters, the Buddha, and worldly power, and discovered what all who attempt such service discover, that divided loyalty serves neither master well, that contradiction eventually becomes unsustainable, that you must finally choose what you truly serve. I'm thankful you've joined me in visiting these distant memories, in exploring this strange chapter of Buddhist history, where monks carried weapons and temples functioned as military powers. The warrior monks are gone now, vanished as completely as if they had never been, leaving behind only rebuilt temples and historical records, and the mountain itself, silent and enduring. May the gentle flow of time ease you into restful sleep. May the quiet of the mountains settle over you like a blessing. May the stories of the past carry you gently into dreams, where the contradictions dissolve and only peace remains.